talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
What? People are still talking about Epstein?
Now that like my administration has made all these promises to get to the bottom of it, and it's totally blocked my face, you're still talking about it? What's happening?
I thought we were done with that. Pam released she had the TikTokers at the White House. What? We've been done with that for weeks. What?
It's so ridiculous. It's like, you have Pam Bondi and Kash, and all these people come out, Dan Bondi, they all come out about how like, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. And Trump's like, really? People still care about this issue that we said we were getting to the bottom of? Wow. What's wrong with you people?
Was it a campaign promise that Trump was making? I mean, I don't remember Trump talking about it a lot. I mean, his acolytes were definitely talking about it, but
yeah, that's a good point. I don't remember if Trump himself made the campaign promise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't he just make it a campaign promise if everyone's interested?
And so that's gonna be the excuse. Like, I never promised personally. I never said I was gonna get the bottom of it. Okay, that was what Pam Bondi said. That's her fault.
Yes, exactly. Kash Patel went shooting his mouth off. It's not my fault. Kash is a little weird. You see him in that picture? He's a little He's a little weirdo.
He's a little weird guy. Okay, he doesn't like to get air clearance and when our planes are flying over other countries.
Exactly. Nobody gets air clearance.
Yeah, I like that. That's why I chose him to be head of the FBI. He doesn't care. He just goes in.
Oh man, what if he chosen to be head of the FBI to actually protect Trump?
Oh my God.
Oh shit.
So obviously big Epstein news came out over the weekend, which in itself is pretty suspect. It's like it's July 4th weekend. And they're like, here, let's like on a Sunday. On a freaking Sunday, they're like, hey, let's, drop some information about, the Epstein stuff that says we've decided that the case is totally closed. Nothing to see here, gentlemen. We're going to wipe our hands of it and hope you're all satisfied. We found absolutely nothing. No one's at fault. The only person that's guilty is Epstein, who's dead, and Maxwell Ghislaine, who's in prison. So, mission accomplished.
Was this dropped before or after the flood in Texas?
I don't know the exact time.
Was it timed according to the tech? It's like, oh, we got some cover here.
I hope not. That'd be horrific.
A bunch of dead campers in Texas. Let's release the Epstein stuff.
Right. I don't know what the time was to see that, but that'd be really bad.
Yeah, of course. This whole thing is bad. All of it's bad. Head to toe, it's horrible.
No, it's really horrible. I sent you 2 clips that are Twitter clips to bring up. And so these are clips in the, earlier this year where Trump administration people talked about getting to the bottom of it. And then I want to read to you into chat the document, the 2-page document, or really the 1.5-page document that the Trump administration put out about this, or the FBI put out about this. And it's insane to me. It's completely insane to me when you read this document. This document, I don't know who wrote this. I'm upset not on the fact that the Trump administration is obviously covering up a conspiracy. I'm upset that the Trump administration is so stupid about it. Like, if you're going to do something horrendously horrible, at least do it in a smart way, Adam, right? At least make the cover up sound plausible. This cover up, the way they talked about it, made me 10,000 times more suspicious than I've ever been about anything related to this case. This is how stupid the way they talked about it was.
Did Trump's Twitter girl write this? Was this dictated by the Twitter girl?
Maybe. They're like, I don't trust the FBI to write the statement. Okay, I got the girl who does my Twitter posts.
She does really a great job. She capitalizes randomly, but it'll still be great.
Yes. It's crazy. It's so insane. But here
we got 53 seconds on the Lori Love.
Yeah, so this is so Lori Love posted this. This is Alina Haba on Pierce Morgan. This is February this year. Now she is she's one of the counselors to the president and to the White House.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is what
Attorney
she said
for President Trump.
Yes.
Okay.
And
In
this
his
is what she
official
said
capacity or personal capacity?
in official capacity.
Okay, good.
And this is what she said about Epstein on Piers Morgan earlier this year.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Kash and Pam, there will be accountability. But in this case, in Epstein's...
Okay, that's pretty decisive there.
Yes.
Just laying it out. She's saying,
Yes.
yeah, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to start interviewing pilots,
Yes.
kitchen staff.
And the important thing too is not only is she saying now, this clip I think was even before the disastrous quote phase 1 release by Trump administration, where they released to Jack Posobiec and all these other pundits, oh, here's our information, and it turned out it was just like the information, and they took a bunch of pictures of it and posted on social media like, we've got the binders, and then it turned out like the information in the binders was everything that people already knew already. This is total nonsense. But there she was saying not only did they have all sorts of crazy evidence, but very importantly, she said, we're going to go after other people involved in this. Okay?
Yes.
Third parties involved in this. Because that was the whole thing is it wasn't just supposed to be, oh, Epstein was just doing this for himself. It was that he was, getting people, all of these famous people, all these rich people, all these leaders all around the country, maybe even the world, looked like some of the royal family was involved in this at some point, involved in doing this degenerate, having sex with all these women and possibly having sex with a bunch of underage women.
Where is the accountability?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, it's insane. All right, I got the next clip up. 29 seconds here. Pam Bondi, it looks like.
Yes.
What's she going to say? Let's see. 3, 2, 1, go.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we'll check back with you. The DOJ.
Holy moly. Guaranteed she went straight to the T's on the list first. That's
Yes.
That's exactly where she went, right?
So this is this comment is really coming back to haunt her now because she specifically said that she had the client list on her desk.
On her desk. But unfortunately, I looked at the client list and I was like, oopsie.
Oh, what? There's too many people. I don't want to publicly name and shame here. Oh, I'm just going to it just fell in the trash can. Where's the list? Well, there was no list, obviously.
Ah, yes. It was a fake list. It was my shopping list for the grocery store. My mistake.
Yes. So yeah, because now, and I'll read it to you in a second, but now they're saying that there isn't. She said there was a client list. Now they're saying there isn't a client list. So I guess she was just making it up. She does have an excuse for this. That I'll play later about her explanation of why, it seems like there's some confusion here.
So they were obviously milking it.
Yes. And then before I read you the thing, let's just have one more blast from the past here. Okay. Here's Kash Patel.
Oh, yeah.
On Joe Rogan talking about this very issue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working my ass off along with the leadership at the Bureau and DOJ to get you what we're allowed to give you. And you're going to get the video of the cell. And you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
Okay, let's get into that.
So he said we're going to get the video of the cell.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're going to get video that's going to show us that it was impossible for any person to enter the cell and to try to kill Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to have that video. We're going to have that information presented to us.
Yeah, I can't wait. Sounds very exciting.
So, what did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No.
No suspicion at all of it?
But I have a different background, right?
Right.
So I was a public.
I'm glad Kash Patel, he's a very calm, he's a very reasonable guy, even before he saw the evidence himself. Okay. But even before he had access to the information, he knew or felt that Epstein didn't kill, that Epstein did kill himself. I'm sorry, that he wasn't killed. He knew that somehow before he knew all the evidence, just based on his background.
Defender back in the day. I used to spend a lot of time in jails and a lot of time in segregated housing units, shoes as we call them, right? And so, and I've known people that have committed suicide in these cells. And I know how you get in, how you get out, who works the system. And so the way, based on public information at the time, that he ended up, the pictures and him hanging himself, I was like, man, that guy killed himself. There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in, which I've been in.
It's impossible. It's impossible. It's completely impossible. No one could possibly get into this jail cell. Okay. There's cameras everywhere. There's people everywhere. Like, they have this on lockdown. It's impossible. And we're going to see that evidence presented to us, the American public.
The sarcasm in your voice makes me think the evidence isn't very good. Makes me think it's crap evidence.
What? Sarcasm in my voice?
Yeah, you're great. You're emitting sarcasm very well.
How could you detect it? I'm being so sincere right now.
It's funny because if the transcript came out, everyone would not be able to tell you were being sarcastic. So did they finally release a second camera? Is that what that is?
Well, we're gonna watch. I'm gonna show you what they released. Okay, they
released something. Yes.
Hours. Okay, 11 hours or 10 hours or 12 hours
of surveillance
security footage.
Okay,
that's supposed to show us the truth
conclusively.
Okay, conclusively, yes.
Right.
Here, just a little bit more of this.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I was told, what I'd read, was that the guards were not paying attention or were sleeping.
Well,
right?
And in short order, you'll see it.
Is that correct?
You're going to see him sleeping?
Well, it's hard to surmise that from a video, right? Like, where they and look, do guards doze off on the night shift? Yeah. But no one can get in to the cell. And if they had gotten in to the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
We're giving.
So wait, look, I've heard that the camera in the cell was down, but the camera to get to the cell, there's like a hallway that's
right.
You have to walk through to get to the cell, and that camera never went down. So
now that's what I heard too.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what we all heard.
Yes.
And they supposedly released the video evidence that
of
is
the
supposed
actual
to be
cell.
It's supposed to be of that camera of the hallway that we can look at and we can see very definitively. Right. Oh, this shows you that no one entered into Epstein's area or his cell.
But on the footage, there's a guy in a gorilla suit, right, with a knife walking down the hallway.
Well,
is that what happens?
We're gonna watch that little bit of that footage, and you can let me know.
Oh no,
whether you think it's conclusive or not. All right.
Oh no, there's like people coming and going right and left. There's a guy with a big syringe and a needle.
Listen, there may have been a person who looked suspiciously like Hillary Clinton.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
In a pantsuit, enter the cell. So I thought that was a little suspicious. I don't know what Kash
around.
So I sent you the first page of the FBI document. I want to read to you.
Okay.
You can bring it up here.
Now, is this a shit document that they released?
This is the document.
The garbage tier document that.
Yes.
Okay,
that made me 10,000 times more suspicious of the situation.
Don't you hate that?
That's when you know that's the whole point of this is supposed to be like, oh, we're supposed to calm suspicions.
Yeah.
supposed to be definitive, and you're like, this makes me like, what are you doing? This is like 10 times more suspicious.
This will throw him off the scent.
It's like they're like, look at, and they send you like a paper that's like covered in blood, and it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
he killed himself. And it's like written in crayon. It's like, look, there you go. Don't you feel better now? Okay,
That's the
so
ultimate gaslighting.
this is from the FBI, head up by Kash Patel. It says, as part of our commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation have conducted an exhaustive review of investigative holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein. That makes me feel good, right?
Exhaustive.
Yes.
Oh, everyone's beat.
We spent 24 hours a day for months to get to the bottom of this. Don't you feel confident now?
I do.
To ensure that the review was thorough, the FBI conducted a digital search of its databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as physical searches of squad areas, locked cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas where responsive material may have been stored.
What? Oh my God. People have this shit hidden in their desks.
Yeah, that already is not a good...
What the
like,
fuck?
Listen, we went into our databases and we typed in Epstein in all the keyword searches, and we looked for all the files. I mean,
we didn't
what do you want from us?
We didn't look in the locked evidence locker. Oh no, we searched in people's desks. What?
They're like knocking on people's desks. The FBI or their doors. The FBI is like, "Excuse me, do you have any Epstein files in your desk? Can you please open your desk so we can go through
this literally says cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas.
Yes.
You don't have you're the fucking FBI. You don't have an evidence locker? You know those little fucking lockers that they put everything in?
No,
under
it's just
lock
like a
and key
drawer
to keep track of it?
It's just like you know how like people have those drawers and they have the accordion folders with all the files in them.
Can you imagine bringing evidence into a court of law that's like, oh yeah, this was in Dale's desk for 2 years. We just found it. It's the Epstein list.
You know how sometimes in those drawers, like files and papers like fall behind the drawer and they like get wedged in the bottom. Like they're like, oh, the Epstein client list it fell in between the drawers and we never saw it again.
Why would you put that in the statement? What the fuck is that all about?
Because they're being thorough, Adam.
They're being thorough. This is retarded.
These searches, but wait a minute, maybe we're being too harsh. These searches have uncovered a significant amount of material, including more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. Okay.
Okay. So physical evidence does not come in gigabytes, but
that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah. So how much of the 300 gigabytes was the physical evidence, and how much was the actual data?
Maybe this was written by ChatGPT. Okay,
yeah,
because you're right. It's a huge fuck up. What does that mean exactly?
How many gigabytes is a pencil? One fucking pencil. Tell me, how many gigabytes of data is that?
How many gigabytes of data is a sheet of paper? That's a good question. I mean, digitally, it's not a lot, like a text document, but a piece of paper that feels it could be a lot.
I know. I think that could be a lot of data.
Maybe 300 gigabytes of physical data is like 10 pages. It's not very much at all.
Right. Okay.
The files relating to Epstein included a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors, and over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex, abuse material, and other pornography.
So this was his spank folder. I mean, we're more interested in the crimes he committed, not the crimes he downloaded and watched, right?
We'll see, but this statement is very confusing. This is
of course.
Wrote this is like an idiot, unless this was intentional. Is because we've all heard the stories of that Epstein films everything that would go on in his mansion, that filmed everything that would go on in his private island, and so you're like, when you read that sentence, you're like, okay, are they talking about that they have the video and photos of things he was filming that was going on his property, or is he just have a bunch of random like material he downloaded the internet to jack off to or something?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a key information.
Some fucking pedo has 10,000 images downloaded on their computer this minute. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, if they're just talking about he just downloaded, first of all, if this guy not only was like procuring high schoolers to do sexual things to him every day, and he still needed to download all this porn. Like, what the fuck? This guy, what is wrong with this person? Okay,
Right.
that's number one. But number two, how is it possible? How is it possible? And this is what the Trump administration and the FBI needs to be held accountable for. To answer this question, are you telling me that they recovered 0 photos, 0 videos of victims or things that was going on Epstein's island or in his private mansion?
Yeah. This is like trying to throw people off the scent, it seems.
Yes. It's crazy.
Trying to obfuscate.
Teams of agents, analysts, attorneys, and privacy and civil liberties experts comb through the digital and documentary evidence with the aim of providing as much information as possible to the public while simultaneously protecting victims. Much of the material is subject to court-ordered sealing. Only a fraction of material would have been aired publicly had Epstein gone to trial, as the seal served only to protect victims and did not expose any additional. Now, here's where things get weird. As the seal served only to protect victims and did not expose any additional third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing.
That's completely ambiguous.
Okay. How is it possible? Again, this is a person who supposedly what they were doing was entrapping other people to film them doing illicit activities. And you're telling me that in your 10,000 downloaded videos and images of sex acts, there's 0 videos or images of any third parties doing anything wrong in any of these videos or pictures.
The whole point was to get them doing illegal shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the entire purpose, supposedly, of what he was doing.
For those of you who don't know, it's alleged that Epstein was filming politicians and whatnot to get blackmail material on them. So
yes,
so they would be doing illegal things. That's the whole point, because then you got blackmail material on them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And if you had, there was claims that, you know, they would lure people to his mansion or his island to have sex with minors, that there's even accusations of like them drugging people so they wouldn't even realize what they were doing. And so this is all supposed to be recorded for blackmail material. And now we're being told, oh, well, we looked at all that material maybe, and we couldn't find any third parties. None, 0 whatsoever. It was all Epstein, just one horny old man all by himself.
Right.
Through this review, we found no basis to revisit disclosure of those materials and will not permit the release of CP, obviously. The systemic review revealed no incriminating client lists. None. There was no credible evidence that found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, okay. So they're like, listen, guys, we looked into it. We know everyone said he was blackmailing people, but turns out he wasn't. We just couldn't find any information about him blackmailing whatsoever. It was just him. He was just doing it himself. He was the lone person doing this.
Got a big grassy knoll vibe here.
Yes. This really weird guy who had all these really weird connections, who some people were like, how exactly did this guy make all these billions of dollars? It doesn't seem like he really is some sort of, big brain investment type or mathematician or whatever he was claiming to be. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. He doesn't seem to understand this information, but he's still a billionaire. Was he blackmailing anyone? No, just nothing. We found nothing.
I heard he was a high school math teacher just to get close to the high school girls. Just kind of crazy.
Well, listen, what did we learn from Breaking Bad? Okay. You had Walter White, high school chemistry teacher, but he was a genius at making meth. How do we know that Epstein
wasn't a super genius?
Yeah, he was a high school math teacher, super genius at, making money on the stock market and with investments. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. He's a quant.
He did. Supposedly he did manage some big, I forget the name of the family that owns Victoria's Secret or some other large chain. Supposedly he managed their money. So maybe he's a genius. We did not. Now this is even crazier.
I know, this is bizarre.
We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So that means that in every single piece of evidence they're claiming to have in this 300 gigabytes of data, and physical evidence of the
That's
the
just comical.
10,000, yeah, of the 10,000 downloaded videos and images, they found 0 pieces of evidence, fucking 0 pieces of evidence that could implicate any other person besides Epstein was involved in any criminal activity here. How is that even possible?
Yeah,
It's not.
considering that they're not releasing any of this stuff because it's literally child pornography.
Yes.
What
is
the
every is
fuck?
every video and picture like it's just a girl underage naked like in a fucking void? Like what what is happening?
Yeah.
And even if theoretically, hypothetically, even if it turns out, oh, all that blackmail stuff, that's not true. It was just Epstein himself. He still had to have people that worked for him that procured women for him, that were turning a blind eye to all these illegal sexual activity and underage girls that he was doing shit with in his mansions and his plane. I mean, in his private island. This is on his private island. I found an article from 2008. Okay, in 2008, there's an article from the New York Times that said that on his private island he had more than 70 staff people.
It's a lot of people you could interview.
Yes, he had cooks. He had janitorial staff. He had people that did landscaping. He had his own little security force. He had people that had to manage, because supposedly he was like filming everything. He had people that had to manage like the IT network and he had IT guys that had to manage the network and all this stuff. And you're telling me that in all this material they found none of these people, nothing, they did nothing questionable whatsoever.
Very crazy.
Yes.
They don't even cook up some sort of scapegoat.
No. Consistent with prior disclosures, this review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. 1,000 victims.
The lone gunman.
Yes. This guy himself harmed 1,000 people alone. Nobody helped him do it. No one else participated in any of this whatsoever. It was just all Epstein. Wow, that Epstein guy, he's one bad apple. Okay. He's just one real bad hombre. No one else was involved. He's like the Superman of sexually assaulting minors. He somehow managed to do this all by himself. It's even crazier. They don't even talk about Maxwell Ghislaine. Like, oh, we found evidence that like only Epstein and Ghislaine were like involved in doing all these things together and no one else knew, right? They don't even talk about her at all.
What did they discuss in the trial? She was tried and convicted. She's in jail right now.
Yes. But they couldn't find any evidence. Apparently, I don't know what they convicted her on, because apparently
yeah, they had to have some evidence, right?
Yes. Apparently she should be freed. Each suffered unique trauma. Sensitive information relating to these victims is intertwined throughout the material. This includes specific details such as victims' names and likenesses, physical descriptions, places of birth, association, employment history, blah, blah, blah. One of the highest priorities is combating child exploitation and bringing to justice victims. Perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends. Oh, so we shall just shut the fuck up. Okay. Why are we perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein? This is the definitive thing. Shut up. It's case closed. It was all Epstein. No one else was involved.
This is not going to stop the unfounded theories. This is going to multiply them.
Yes.
Exponentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
To that end, while we have labored to provide the public with maximum information regarding Epstein and ensured examination of any evidence in the government's possession, it is the determination of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted.
Man, this list, there's no one on that list that they can throw under the bus. They can't just release a list. And even if they have people that they're like, okay, well, that's unthinkable. We can't do that for whatever reason. They're corrupt and they want to protect this one person. They can't throw some of the other people under the bus just to get a list out there and be like, oh yeah, these are the dirt bags. Right?
That's what's crazy too. This is what makes this so suspicious to me, is exactly what you're saying. There's not even an attempt to do some kind of cover up. There's not even an attempt to do throwing someone under the bus to say like, we found like, one person, because to me, what that says,
Give him
it's not
10
even
people. I thought there was a bunch of people. He was constantly doing this, right?
Or one of the things that has kind of come out of this, one of the excuses, maybe one of the rationales about this is that, well, listen, obviously, even though Epstein died, was arrested and then died mysteriously under Trump, and Trump still had a year and a half as president, after Epstein, quote, died. Obviously, it wasn't, the FBI under Trump or any of those people did anything wrong, even though that's when the fucking investigation started. It was during the 4 years after that when Biden was involved and they deleted all the information, right? The evil Biden administration deleted all the information. And if that, which first of all, that could have happened. I'm not going to deny that. I'm sure the FBI or the Justice Department could have been easily corrupted and could have deleted a lot of the information. But if that was the case, why the fuck is the Trump administration not just saying that? Saying, we believe strongly that the FBI and the Department of Justice under the Biden administration deleted the information. Why is that not super suspicious that they're not saying that? They're not saying that, they're definitively saying the opposite. They're definitively saying, we've found everything. There's nothing to see here.
There's got to be some sort of hostage exchange going on behind the scenes here where Democrats and Republicans are like, well, you can't release our people and we won't release your people, right?
Exactly. Because if it's true, obviously the story about him blackmailing everyone, if that's true, there's Epstein, there's a lot of weird
why
shit with
wouldn't
him.
you?
Right. But there's a lot of weird stuff with Epstein and Clinton. There's a lot of weird stuff with Epstein and Trump himself. They were like friends for 15 years or something. Good friends, supposedly, very good friends.
He's
good
friends
for 15
with
years.
Steve Bannon too, which I never knew until recently.
Yes, good friends with Steve Bannon, good friends with Bill Gates. He's good friends Prince Andrew. Maybe he was working for the Israeli government is another theory. All sorts of like weird shit going on. Okay. If the Trump administration came out and they made the accusation that said, okay, under the Biden administration, the FBI, the Department of Justice, or whomever deleted a bunch of evidence, deleted a bunch of information. The reason they're not saying that is because if they did say that, then everyone would say, well, you need to investigate that and get all those people arrested. And they don't want to open that Pandora's box, because if they started to do that, then the truth would come out and people would say, like, we'd actually find out maybe someone did delete it, who deleted it, why did they delete it, what was going on here, and how it implicated, almost everyone probably, or a lot of high-ranking people on both sides of the political spectrum here.
Yeah, who are they protecting? I guess the problem with throwing 10 people under the bus is those people would start yapping, right?
Exactly.
They'd be like, oh yeah, well, it wasn't just me. I saw Clinton there.
Yes. Right. I saw Bill Gates there, with Don Jr. So
this is so disgusting. I find it hard to believe Don Jr. has anything to do with this, since Don Jr. is one of the people screaming for the list to be released and more information to be released.
He was, yeah. He was back when Biden was president.
He probably confronted his dad and said, "You're not involved in this, Dad." And Trump swore he wasn't. So
no, of course not, son.
Yeah, so he went crazy.
Yeah.
On the internet over this, and whether or not Trump's in there. I mean, Elon has said Trump is in there, so but I don't know. He just might be a bitter ex now. So
well, Elon saying Trump was on the list now is so damning, because even if it's 100% untrue, he planted that seed very strongly in a lot of people's minds. And now the way that this has been handled is going to make a lot of people be like,
believe it. Yeah.
Maybe Elon was right about this. And this is right on the tail of Elon talking about he's trying to do some third party shenanigans.
Shenanigans. I like the way you describe that.
Well, it's probably stupid and not going to work, but whatever. That's why I call it shenanigans. So yeah, Don Jr. in 2023 said, show us all the Epstein client list now. Why would anyone protect those scumbags? Ask yourselves this question daily, and the answer becomes very apparent. Oh, does it, Don Jr.? Does it become very apparent? Okay, interesting. Interesting. So, and I sent you the second page of this horrible FBI document.
Oh, look at this. There's another page.
It's
It
just
was
a couple
so bad
paragraphs.
they had to keep going.
Yes. It says, after a thorough investigation, FBI investigators concluded that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell at the Metropolitan Correction Center in New York City on August 10th, 2019. This conclusion is consistent with previous findings, including the August 19th, 2019 autopsy, finding the New York City office of the chief medical examiner November 2019's position of the U.S. Attorney's Office for Southern District of New York in connection with the investigation of federal correction officers responsible for guarding Epstein, and the June 2023 conclusions of the DOJ Office of the Inspector General. So they're saying, listen, everybody, including people from both during the Trump administration and the Biden administration, they all said, nothing to see here. The conclusion that Epstein died by suicide is further supported by video footage. So here we go. By video footage from the common area of the Special Housing Unit, SHU, where Epstein was housed at the time of his death. As the DOJ's Inspector General explained in 2023, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the SHU common area would have been captured by this footage. The FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed that from the time Epstein was locked in his cell at around 10:40 p.m. on August 9, 2019, until around 6:30 a.m. the next morning, nobody entered any of the tiers in the SHU. During this review, the FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing its contrast, balancing the color, improving its sharpness for greater clarity and viewability. The full raw and enhanced videos are available at the following links. So I'm going to give you the links. Now, this time is very important, this 10:40 p.m. time, okay? And we're going to see why in a moment. Why that's important, okay?
Something
why they
happens at 10:40.
Yes. Now let me bring up Coffeezilla actually did a pretty good breakdown summarizing of
today we're talking about the
information. So let's go through his video, a little bit of his video here. You know it's got to be bad when Coffeezilla's involved. Like Coffeezilla, isn't that the guy that talks about like investment and crypto scams and stuff? And even he's like, "This is insane."
Yeah, of course. This is a scam. He can
This is a
sniff it
scam.
out.
Yes.
This is bread and butter, sniffing out scams, right?
his cell. Here's what this looks like. It's CCTV footage, but this is not actually Epstein's cell, nor is this door. This is footage of a common area. Epstein's door is way back over here in the corner. You can't see it from this footage angle, but you'd...
Okay, so...
Oh my
So to be
God.
clear, this is the angle of footage they released, and yes, that tiny
Oh
little
my
sliver
God.
in the back there is that is the entrance, not even to his door, but it's the entrance
To the hallway.
To the hallway. Okay,
Yeah.
that this
Holy
is supposed to
fucking
be
shit.
the definitive fucking evidence that Kash Patel and the FBI under the Biden administration claimed, oh my God, we can clearly see no one entered that area, which we're going to find out is actually not even fucking true. Okay. And we're going to see someone enter that area, and you're going to see how insanely unclear it is what the fuck you're looking at. Okay, when you
Right.
see someone
Yeah. I
enter
was
that
going to
area.
say, you can't even really make out. Is that like a fourth of the doorway? It doesn't even look like
No,
the whole doorway. The corner of the room cuts off
is-
the hallway.
That is 1/10. That is 1/10 of a doorway.
I know,
Okay.
exactly. You could easily just slip around that corner and not even be on this camera.
Yes. Actually, that is not even 1/10. That is 1/20th of the fucking door frame. Okay.
Yeah.
This is
This-
nothing. This is nothing.
Yes.
from this footage angle. But you'd understandably not know that because of the way Kash Patel made it sound. He made it sound like we're definitely dropping the real video. You're going to get outside a periscope view of Epstein's cell.
There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in. If they had gotten into the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
Yeah, it was in the news. It's
Just another piece of evidence to not trust people with crazy eyes. Okay. I try not to be bigoted against crazy eyes, but Kash has got the crazy eyes.
They do kind of give people away, don't they?
Yes.
Also, in the OIG's actual report, like the government report, admits that most of the cameras were not recording. Now, I'm going to show you which cameras were and were not reporting. I'm going to show you the exact angles of these cameras. But I want to draw your attention to one of the weirdest things in all of this footage, which is just the fact that there's a minute of it missing. You're going to want to...
Isn't that great? Isn't that fantastic? The definitive video that we're supposed to see is going to show us that nobody entered the area and there's a mysterious minute that is gone from the footage.
No way.
Okay. There's a minute missing. And now, obviously, nobody could have entered into that tiny sliver of a 1/20th of a doorway in the missing minute, could they?
Yeah, obviously they could. You wonder like why the minute is actually missing.
Yes.
They couldn't duck around the corner. They had to slip into the 1/20th of the frame that's actually showing.
Yes.
Look at this time, and you'll see in about 3 seconds it will jump, and the framing will change. So there you can see there was a cut.
So yeah, at 11:58 at 11:58 with 58 seconds at night, it jumps ahead to midnight. So you miss the minute of 11:59 and 2 seconds. And a very interesting thing here too is that if you look at the top right, there's this little white box you see that's on the frame. Now I couldn't find it, but I couldn't find it again, but I saw someone X had like figured out what that box was, and it was actually like the UI of some kind of editing program.
No
that
way.
You can see in the top right. And then you'll see when and then here's what's weird, because when it jumps ahead to midnight, the box disappears and then the actual size of the frame changes.
Yeah, that's
which is very
like an edit
weird
software.
Right. Because you're going to hear an excuse or a explanation from Pam Bondi about why there's this missing 1 minute, which doesn't make sense to me because that wouldn't explain why the box disappears and why the frame size changes.
Right.
Because if the frame size changes, as someone who's done a lot of editing, that to me makes it seem like you had two, that either A, someone literally did something to zoom in or to zoom out or to change the footage, or they had two different source materials of footage and they tried to smush them together to make it seem like it was continuous, like they're two different resolutions.
Yeah, or from 2 different days or something because of because the camera would have had to move actually if it was to be different footage or the camera moved.
Or
yeah, see, did you see that? You see that? That subtle change right there. Okay.
Well, typically these cameras do have a zoom feature, so someone could have zoomed in and zoomed out.
There was a cut.
It doesn't look like that because it's very subtle. Like the
no,
camera
I
itself,
know. Yeah.
Yeah, the camera itself doesn't look like it changed. It just looks like the frame changed.
Or
see, very like this is a slight like frame changing, which to me is why it screams like this was changed. Someone was like editing this footage together and they fucked up, with making it the same size.
Right. Yeah, they zoomed in a little bit.
Right.
Some kind of edited footage. And it obviously begs the question, why is there a minute missing from the FBI's like prove it tape?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, why the fuck would you release this?
Yes.
Whose idea? Did they know the minute was missing when they released it?
Yeah, even if we were to assume the most like that they're actually innocent baby angels, then it shows you there's one of two things going on here. Either they are doing something malicious, they are involved in some sort of cover up, Pam Bondi and Kash, the Trump administration, or these people are so fucking incompetent, so insanely inept, which is also possible between Pam and Kash, because this is like the same thing with the phase 1. Oh, we're going to release all this information. We're going to release all this information. She releases it and everyone's like, what the fuck? This is all the stuff we already knew. How could you release this and hype this up? How are you that incompetent? You didn't know anything about what you were releasing?
Yeah. And just, you don't know anything about the public either?
Yes.
Like the public is just, they're not going to go for this. Sorry.
and the jail itself. And here you can see it's a 2-leveled system. There's a lower tier, there's an upper tier, and
So this is the map of what the jail looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty fascinating.
there's an upper tier, and Epstein was in the L tier, okay? Here is where the camera actually was that we're seeing.
Holy fucking shit.
So wait, hold on. Let me
That's
go
not
back a
good.
second. So it
That's
could
not
kind of-
good. That's not good.
Okay. Yeah, so that little
So
bottom
this
corner.
little sliver is the hallway, this common hallway here.
Yes.
Were other
yes.
people in these other cells though? Because someone could have easily just walked from one cell and walked right back to their cell.
Yes. Yes.
How many fucking people are in this section?
Yes. Well, and if you watch the whole, if you watch the whole footage, you do see like prisoners walking back and forth at various times in the footage.
Really?
Yes.
Holy shit. God, they need to monitor one of those guys' bank accounts.
Yeah, yeah. That's another part of the investigate that. Make sure none of these people or their families suddenly became very rich after those, right?
Yeah. All the guard has to do is walk down and open 2 cells and fucking walk away for a minute.
Yes. So just to be clear, if you look, so that bottom little corner, okay, the common area, that's where the camera is,
Mhm.
and it's supposed to
Down
that
here,
little
yeah.
that 20%, that 1/20th of a doorway is the stairwell leading up to the hallway. Okay, that's what we're supposed
So it's,
to be.
oh
looking
my
for.
God, it's not even the hallway.
No, it's a stairwell.
Yeah, I see the stairs there. The 2
Yes.
you could just easily slide in right by the side. Look, and anybody who is in that place regularly knows where the cameras are and where you
Yes.
can be seen on camera and where you
Yes.
can't be seen on camera.
Of course.
This is
Of course.
such an easy
Yeah.
job.
Yes.
You
This
don't
is
need
what
no
we're told.
Ocean's 11 for this fucking for this heist.
No. A blind man could have done this.
I know,
Okay.
exactly.
Mr. Magoo could have stumbled into the prison and accidentally killed Jeffrey Epstein and stumbled out, and you wouldn't have seen it on the cameras.
Wow, this is hilarious.
Here is where the camera actually was that we're seeing. We're going to go ahead and go through this so you can see that's what it looks like. There's upper floor, lower floor. Epstein was located on the upper floor in what's called the L tier, okay, which is right here. You can see it even better from here. Here's Epstein's cell. Here's the hallway. And right here is the camera, which was not recording.
See, isn't that so nice? So there is that's what the hallway looks like. That's when they talked about there's a camera outside the hallway that showed that no one went in. This is what I thought they were
I
talking
thought
about.
yes, that's exactly what I thought too.
Yes.
But the reason why you would cut that camera off is because you got someone going to the fucking cell or someone
Right.
walking between the cells.
Yes, exactly.
That's the camera that's going to catch all the action.
yes.
Unlike what Kash Patel sort of insinuates that they're going to release that footage, they don't have that footage. According to them, the recording wasn't working. It was streaming, but not recording. The footage apparently had the DVR system stopped working about 10 days before all of this happened. And this is in their own report. That's not.
How convenient. 10 days. They got 10 days to work on this. Oh, fucking, this is such bullshit.
It's like we really need the what's it called?
Can you imagine? Look, Jeffrey Epstein is coming to your prison, and you're like,
Mhm.
well, the DVR is out. Maybe we should fix that.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
The guy who supposedly already tried to off himself. And that's why they were transferring him to this location, to this unit to be
Mhm.
monitored because he
Yes.
supposedly already tried to take his own life.
Right. God.
Here's what we need. Okay, we need the pitch meeting guy who does those funny pitch meeting
Oh,
YouTube
yeah.
videos.
Barely an
He needs to
inconvenience.
Yes, he needs to talk about a plan to take out Jeffrey Epstein and be like, "Oh, well, how are you going to do that? There's many cameras in the holding facility. There's guards." And it's like, "Oh, well, they're actually sleeping. The cameras don't work, so it's super easy. Barely an inconvenience."
That's exactly right.
Oh my god.
Not me saying that. Around July 29th, I believe, it stopped recording as it was supposed to. Now, here's where you can see what actually was recording the day of. So you can see this is the camera that we have access to, and it's looking this way. So that camera footage we see is not of Epstein's cell at all. You can't see it. Instead, this is the guard station over here, and the staircase is like this little, like 3 pixels right there. So
it's literally like 3 pixels of information. Like, oh, we really examined those 3 pixels, and we can make a clear determination that nobody entered in Epstein's cell.
You could easily walk up the other side of the staircase. So the staircase is wide enough for 2 people easily.
Yes.
I mean, you would have to be hugging the other rail to be in the picture.
Yes.
You'd have to
And
lean
even then,
over the railing and like
even
wave.
if they were hugging the other rail, what would you even see?
You'd see their toe. You'd be able to tell they had a toe.
You'd say, well, there's a vague shape. Maybe it was a ghost. Maybe maybe a demon. Maybe the ring girl went upstairs and took out Jeffrey Epstein.
Holy shit.
Actual joke if you think that this footage somehow had a perfect line of sight of Epstein's jail cell and you.
Yes, it is a joke. This is a joke. This is insane. And the fact that Kash would look at this information and then go on Joe Rogan and proclaim, well, obviously, no one could have done anything wrong because I've seen the evidence, and it's just, we're going to show you the footage and you're all going to see. You're all going to see, the truth. Get out of here.
It makes me wonder if he'd actually seen the footage, or if someone who worked in the jail, who was obviously in on the murder hit, was saying, oh yeah, we have evidence nothing happened. Look, we have this whole other camera, right? They're going to completely sell it.
Maybe.
And Kash Patel just never looked at it. Because as soon as you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, fuck that. I thought the camera, they were talking about was the one outside his cell, and that he actually had a camera inside his cell, right?
Yes. That's what I thought too.
Does he have a camera inside his cell? No, he doesn't.
If he did, then there's no video of it. It doesn't work. Who knows?
Yeah.
And if that's, and it's very possible, what you're saying is very possible, or even that there was, because part of the problem with all this stuff is that even if there was no conspiracy and he really did kill himself, all the guards and everything, everyone has their own self-interest. So they're all going to lie to pretend like, oh, well, we did our jobs completely and he still killed himself, right? So you couldn't trust anything that those people say. And if Kash did just listen to some person and then he pretended like he saw the information, that's not only is that lying, but that's insanely stupid to do that.
Yeah.
Case is just completely wrong, obviously. But there was also a whole narrative by the government that everybody was in their jail cell by 8 p.m. This is according to the staff. They say at approximately 8 p.m., August 9th, all inmates were locked in their cells for the evening, and there was no indication that any other inmate could have gotten out of their cells. Epstein didn't have an inmate, so hence the idea is there's no way anyone could have gotten in there because everyone was locked up, right? Of course, we know now that some of the guards allegedly were either asleep, or they deny that and they say they may have dozed off. Either way, what is for sure is that they didn't perform their checkups on the inmates. In fact, they falsified records to this, and they say no CO had checked on Epstein from approximately 10:40 p.m. on August 9th until 6:30 a.m. when Epstein was found. But this 10:40 p.m. is going to become extremely important because it turns out there was someone, what looks to be an inmate, out of his cell at 10:40 p.m. And the question is, who is that person? You can see this at 10:38 p.m. Remember, everyone's supposed to have been in their jail cell for 2.5 hours at this point. No prisoners. You can see a guard goes over to somewhere out of sight. We can't see it. None of the cameras.
God, that's so far away too. The guard is just tiny.
I know.
Yeah.
We're recording, except for this one. And then moments later, we see a little bit of orange near the staircase. Now I'm going to have to zoom into this. It's extremely hard to.
Oh my God, he totally walked up the stairwell.
Oh my God. This is our grand 3 pixel. You see an orange blur. Okay. Maybe it was an alien. Maybe it was a fairy. We see an orange blur move up the stairs. And this is what we have to use to determine this information.
They got the orange jumpsuit, right?
Yes.
No, you're never going to be able to identify this, but
No, but even with the 120th stairway, the blur, it does very clearly look like someone wearing an orange prison jumpsuit
just
went
walked
up the
stairs.
stairwell
Yeah.
where the hallway where Epstein was located. Oh, that's very suspicious.
See, but you can see a little pixel of orange makes its way up the staircase, right? And then we're going to see the guard return to his chair, ostensibly locking someone up maybe at that time. But who?
Like it was just an accident, okay? The guard walked by, and as soon as he walked by, it was like one of those stealth video games, okay? The guard's walking by, he's got his little sight cone in front of him, and right as he walks by, one of the prisoners who's, hidden in the darkness around the corner, he sneaks up the stairs in that, that little window of time. That's obviously what happened.
Well, look, if you're going to sneak up there, you're going to wait for the guard to go to the bathroom or something anyway, right?
Exactly.
You're going to be hiding in a little nook until the guard gets up, and then you're going to be like, oh, yeah, here's my opportunity.
Yep.
Oh, this looks so fucking damning.
It doesn't. It does. But we know from the camera footage that no one possibly could have entered into the cell, Adam. That's what we were told.
Look, and if you're going to edit a minute out, did they edit out the wrong fucking minute? What the hell?
Why did
What's
they
on
edit
the
out this
other minute?
Yes, exactly. Maybe the other minute was the orange jumpsuit blur coming back down the stairs.
Oh, you're probably right. Yes. It's at the right time, isn't it? This is before that.
This is before that, yeah.
Right.
You're
supposed to edit both of them out.
Yeah, this is about an hour and 10 or 20 minutes before that minute. So.
Wow.
Who is that person, right? Because previously we were told that everyone was in their jail cell at 8 p.m. 2.5 hours later, the guards take someone up, or it looks like that. It's hard to see, but there's some sort of orange something going up the staircase to Epstein's cell block. But then if we cross-reference that with this recent memo, we can surmise who that was. It says the FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed from the time Epstein was locked in his cell around 10:40 p.m. on August 9th until 6:30 a.m. Nobody entered any of the tiers of the shoe. So we're supposed to believe that Epstein now is that guy, the mystery man, who's outside of his cell 2.5 hours after lockdown. It's just sort of tossed in this memo here without.
So, Coffeezilla did acknowledge this in the comments. He did misread this sentence, and it's because part of it is because of the vagueness of this whole thing, which makes the whole thing look so much more suspect. So it says the FBI's independent review of the footage confirmed that from the time Epstein was locked in his cell at around 10:40 p.m. So all that's not meaning necessarily that he was the person that walked up the stairs at 10:40. They're claiming that they knew that he was in his cell at 10:40. Now, the question that I would have is, how the fuck did they know that? How were they aware of that?
Why 10:40?
Wasn't it very interesting that right when you see the orange blur go up the stairs, that's when supposedly we get the confirmation, right?
Yeah.
Though the FBI does give their explanation of this, which, I mean, it could be true, but it sounds retarded. So,
what's the explanation? Let's hear how fishy it sounds.
Yes.
Without any explanation, but it's never mentioned in the OIG's original report in 2023. In fact, the only thing that is mentioned is that Epstein was allowed an unmonitored phone call, which was against the rules, but he was allowed it anyways, and he returned to his cell after the call.
Okay, so this is even more insane. So, because you had talked about the theory that seems very plausible that Epstein did kill himself, but he did because he received information that if he didn't, basically everyone he knew would be, killed.
Yeah, tortured, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And so how mysteriously Jeffrey Epstein receives a call that is completely unmonitored. How
is that possible? What the fuck?
How is that even fucking possible? Yes.
He has a private call?
Yes.
That's no, this foul play. Fucking play. They record every call in these fucking prisons. They
So we're
use them in
supposed to-
court all the time against the people. How the
We're
fuck
supposed
does
to-
he get a private call?
Who knows? Who knows? This is insane. We're supposed to believe the guy who is, has this massively high profile case against him and was arrested. And it's not like people didn't know about the blackmail accusations at the time. Everyone was talking about it at the time when he got arrested. Okay.
Yeah, this is insane.
That this super high profile case for a person who supposedly already tried to kill themselves and was transferred to a special holding area to be monitored. So this special case is not being looked at by anyone. He gets a magical unmonitored phone call for some reason. All the cameras that would show his cell or any information about it all mysteriously don't record anything whatsoever. And and the guards were all asleep at the time that this all happened.
The guards are all in on it, man. They got paid.
Yes.
They got fucking paid.
This is the most insane bullshit nonsense I've ever heard in my life. Okay.
Yeah. That's a scoop right there, but the guards are not going to talk. They're not going to talk at all because they got hugely paid and they don't want to get Epsteined. They know the score.
Well,
they've probably all been transferred to different prisons now too,
Right.
as far away from this incident as possible.
But that's definitely something to look into, to monitor their finances, to see if they have any weird charges. Oh, this is so strange. Your wife, she bought like a new, fur coat.
Yeah. She bought a brand new Lexus 2 days later.
Yeah, and a brand new Lexus. It's like that. It's like that scene from Goodfellas.
It is. It is. Yeah.
With the fur coat and the new car, you're like, oh, that's very suspicious. How did that happen?
Yeah.
Which was at 7 p.m. So again, we were led to believe he was in his jail cell at 8 p.m. by the official report. And then now the FBI's kind of come out and in one line said something quite remarkable, which is that several hours later, Epstein's returning to his cell, or somebody is. All we know, at least from this footage, all you can actually surmise.
And it is weird, again, the way that is written, because it says the FBI's review of the footage confirmed that he was locked in his cell at 10:40. How could you look at that footage and confirm that?
Did the person that wrote this die? We can't ask them? Are they unavailable for comment? They can't clarify what they meant by this sentence?
Isn't it weird that doesn't say who wrote this or it's not signed off by Kash? Like usually when the FBI releases something, it's like, there's a little person who wrote the memo and there's like a signature or something. But it's just an anonymous, report from the fucking FBI.
I see why people are pissed. They're pissed because this assumes everyone is fucking stupid.
Yes.
I mean, you have to be retarded to buy this.
Yes.
Which is that several hours later, Epstein's returning to his cell, or somebody is. All we know, at least from this footage, all you can actually surmise from this is that somebody walked up those stairs at 10:40 p.m. with the guard, because the guard leaves his desk, some orange jumpsuit goes up there, and then the guard comes back to his desk. Now, I want to be clear, the OIG report mentions 10:40 p.m. several times as basically the last time that a CO checked on Epstein. That's how it originally was framed. In fact, instead, they basically say that Noel, one of the guards, was actually carrying linen or inmate clothing up to the L tier, which was the last time any CO approached the only entrance to the SHU tier in which Epstein was housed. So their theory at the time, I guess the theory was they were carrying up, they say inmate clothing. Basically the idea is they're carrying up an orange jumpsuit. And that's why you see orange there at 10:40 p.m. That's the official story in 2023.
So they're telling us this is the big brain take. Okay, the big brain excuse. That little orange pixels you see go up the stairs, that wasn't a prisoner in an orange jumpsuit. No. That was a guard holding in their arms an orange jumpsuit walking up the stairs.
The guards deliver their jumpsuits to them?
I don't
Their
fucking
clean
know.
laundry? I mean, that doesn't...
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. At 10:40 at night.
10:40 p.m.
Right.
The guards do the laundry, right? That's their
There you
job.
go. It's And it's so insane because even this camera angle is so shitty that you could make that excuse. And you would know, right? Because we just literally just see an orange blur moving upstairs. Okay. What does that even mean? Okay. The color could be washed out, and it could have been fucking Knuckles the Echidna walking up the stairs to punch Jeffrey Epstein to death. And we wouldn't know because it's just a colored blur moving up the stairs.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, you'd have to know so much about how the prison operates, and none of that's in this information.
Yes.
So to know if that's plausible or not. Doesn't seem plausible.
No.
Not at all.
No, not at all. So, so somebody did some digging on the internet, okay, and they were able to find the missing minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I sent you, it's a X video. I sent you the video so you can bring it up.
Oh my God.
We can watch it.
I knew. I was like,
there you go. M8566 for $5. It's an orange blur. Oh my God. Trump did it. That's it. You know what? Obviously it was Trump himself. The orange blur, Trump just zoomed up the stairs real quick and he got him.
I knew you were gonna. I knew this was gonna be the missing minute.
Yeah.
These AIs, holy shit.
Those very clearly we can see from the missing minute that it was actually Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton, yeah. Heading on in.
Yeah, look at that. Now, she must have been confused because she went in the wrong jail cell. So maybe she, had to make maybe that was the exit. Maybe she had a back way out to someone else's prison cell. So.
Oh, yeah. That's another prison cell there?
Yeah. It's a different cell. It is kind of insane that we're at the point of AI where, I mean, this doesn't even look fake.
It looks pretty good, yeah.
That looks very real.
It even matches the camera, texture and whatnot.
Yeah, because they uploaded the base camera information, and they're like, okay, put Hillary Clinton in a blue pantsuit walking by, and you're like, oh my God.
Open the door and, go in.
Right. Scary.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible to tell what's real.
Yes. Thank you so much, our surrogate father.
Yeah, Daddy, look at this.
J-Mac. Look at that for $300. Thank you so much. It's incredibly generous. J-Mac says the reason this is so frustrating to the average person isn't just because it's abhorrent. That matters, of course. However, it's part of the collective psyche because people are punished by the state for a lot less. Hell, I got a speeding ticket the other day. I'm paying my dues. The clients need to as well. Yes. And that's why this is so disgustingly psychotic to me, is that if the Trump administration came out and they said, hey, we believe, we looked at the information, and this information, the evidence that the FBI has, doesn't implicate any third parties. We think that that's impossible or ridiculous. We're going to be doing a full investigation into, the FBI and the information they collected. And we're going to go find all the people. There were over 70 people that worked for Epstein. We're going to go find, and we're going to start interviewing the people that work for Epstein, the cooks, the maids, the clients, or the pilots, the boat captains. We're going to interview all these people to try to get to the bottom of this. If they came out and said that, I'd be like, wow, they're serious about this. They're actually doing something about this. They're serious about this. I have, confidence that they get to the bottom of it. They didn't say any of that. They just fucking they try to wash their hands of it. And it's the most obvious cover up I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Trump saying, oh, you guys are still talking about that? I mean, that says it all.
Yes.
That says it all.
Trump today is like, why are you still talking about this? Why are you still talking about this? This is old news. And you're like, what are you talking about?
That's over.
Yes.
We already put that to bed, guys.
Oh,
get over it.
It's insane. Okay, so this is what the press secretary said yesterday before we watch what Trump said about this today, which is even crazier.
in Texas, and we are working with the appropriate federal agencies to get to the bottom of what happened.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Yeah, bullshit.
Transparency.
Total bullshit.
Transparency is when you say, well, we looked into it and we just found nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Trust us.
We even checked the files in Dale's desk.
Yeah, we looked in Dale's desk. Okay, and that guy, he's a hoarder. We find all sorts of crazy shit in there.
It's
from like
so...
50 years ago. So, and obviously we're being transparent. Look, we released security footage that shows Knuckles the Enkenda walking up the stairs. It's a fucking blur, okay, to Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Obviously, we're being transparent and open about this.
This is so corrupt. This is so completely corrupt.
And they couldn't even lie about it effectively. I feel like there was a smarter way to lie about this, a more competent way to lie about this.
What is it? I mean, they've even if they're using it to gain some intelligence for some sort of foreign interest advantage or advantage over our foreign adversaries, it's still fucking disgusting. Like, that's not how you do it. Oh my God.
Yes.
You hurt innocent people to do it. These innocent people are thrown under the bus so that we can get dirt on some Saudi Arabian prince.
No, it's horrible.
Oh my God.
It's horrifying.
America's supposed to be the good guys.
Well,
what the fuck?
And the thing here too is like, so normally in these conspiracies, one of the thought processes is, okay, maybe the government would continue to cover something up if they did something illegal because they want to maintain faith in the government and institutions and all these things. So that's why, theoretically, the government could still keep covering up.
Totally disagree with that.
Well, hold on.
Let
me
go ahead. Continue.
Let me the argument. Okay. This is why theoretically maybe the government would cover up, if the CIA.
No, I agree with that part. Yeah,
right.
Obviously,
because they don't want people to lose faith in the government and CIA.
Sure.
But none of that would apply to the fucking Trump administration whatsoever, because they don't give a shit about any of that. Right.
Right.
They don't care about any of that whatsoever. So the only explanations
because they're anti-institution anyway. They're the ones that came up with the deep state. They think the government's corrupt already, so they're not trying to obviously protect the institutions.
Yes, 100%. So there's a couple explanations here. I would say one would be obviously that Trump was involved to some capacity in this and doesn't, the information can't come out because it would make him look bad. That could be one explanation. Another explanation would be even if Trump is not personally involved, there could be massive high-level Republicans, Democrats, foreign governments involved. That would be
I'm sure that's what it is. I'm sure that's what it is.
It would be such a fucking disaster to release, that all these people and all these governments would be implicated in some sort of horrible fucking thing whatsoever, that they just don't want this ever to see the light of day. That could be another reason. The third reason could be, I think you're right. I think it's probably that reason. A third reason that people have been speculating is they think Trump and Kash and Pam Bondi have just been threatened by the evil deep state people that they're going to kill all their family members. This comes out, which I'm a little less, I don't really believe that, because these people are, fucking, you have the president of the United States is being threatened by some random shadowy person. I'm very skeptical of that, especially after, people have tried to take out Trump at least twice now. I think he would just tell everyone that this was going on and everyone would believe him.
That's the story Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are probably leaking to the press right now.
Right.
Of course, they want that narrative out there, right?
Right. So
Yeah, they're completely innocent. Their families are just being threatened. They want to release it. They really do.
right. And I guess the last explanation would be that the FBI, both under Trump's first term and then under Biden's first term, both colluded to destroy evidence, and that Pam Bondi and Kash and the Trump administration are just so incompetent. They're just so mind-numbingly, stupidly incompetent that they just believe them when they said, "Oh yeah, this is all we have," and they're like, "Oh well, they told us this is all they have," which I'm very skeptical. That's the explanation.
So you're saying the first Trump administration destroyed a bunch of evidence. So there's not really. That's why they're searching in Dale's desk, because they're like, where's all the evidence? There was a fire in the evidence log.
Even if you want to give the most, bend over backwards, terrible, explanation, defense of Trump, you could concoct a theory, say, well, maybe the FBI under the first Trump administration, without Trump's knowledge, destroyed and hid all this information.
Right.
So,
well, I mean, if Pam Bondi and Kash Patel got an evidence folder that was a little light, I'm not sure they would even say anything. They'd just be like, "Oh, I get it." Right?
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like, "Oh, I get it." Obviously. A lot of people have taken and destroyed a lot of this evidence, right? They're not going to make a big stink about it.
I think it's one of two things. I think it's what, the second explanation, the one that you were saying, where it's going to look so bad.
There's so many people
everyone
involved.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. Right. And it's
Right.
They could make the argument that, oh, it's the espionage game, right? It's a dirty business, but we have to do it. Lives are ultimately saved, right? Some young girls get thrown under the bus, but ultimately tens of thousands of people are saved because we have some sort of advantage over nasty people in the world, right? We prevent the terrorists from doing bad things. I mean, that's an argument you can't really make to the public. And it's just, God, it's so tarnishing of America's reputation. So nobody wants that kind of shit being done.
Yeah, I think that's highly probable.
That's probably what's happened. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. And because I know that I saw like not Jack Subek, or maybe he did, but Charlie Kirk and other people who are like trying to run defense for the Trump administration about this are saying, well, obviously, there's no wrongdoing from the Trump administration, because if there was, then Biden would have leaked this information to make it so he would lose the election, right? That's their excuse. And I'm like, well, they couldn't leak that information, because if it implicates everybody, Democrats, Republicans, other governments, you can't leak a little bit of it without it not like exploding and snowballing into the entire story.
Yeah, because look, the people who are on that list know that they're on that list. They were fucking there. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
They probably know 5 or 6 other names that were on that list, because they probably talk about it and shit.
And the other possible explanation, and we'll see this from Trump's reaction, which kind of makes me think this, is that, whether Trump was involved in, he was involved in doing shady stuff with Epstein, supposedly, not necessarily like the underage minor stuff, but doing other like weird, supposedly doing other weird, like trying to steal people's.
They did like a beauty pageant and
to fuck them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or some beauty pageant where it was just Epstein and Trump being the judges. And they supposedly did weird shit. And so it wouldn't surprise me if Trump is like telling Pam Bondi and Kash Patel like something like, "Oh yeah, just go look into what they have, but don't just try to get this closed." Like he just wants this done and like off the table. And that's the way he acts today when he talks about it. He just wants this all like closed.
Yeah.
Because again, to me, the thing that's the most suspicious about this is you could so easily say, we're going to investigate. We're going to go question all the people that work for Epstein. We're going to question all the FBI people that were involved in collecting the information. We're going to do a full investigation. We're going to get to the bottom of this stuff. There's no way like that you couldn't question the 70 plus people that used to work for Epstein. If you were serious about this, that's what you would do. You would question all those people to try to get to the bottom of this information. And if you start questioning them and find out, oh my God, 65 of the 70 people that work for Epstein are all dead. Well, that's really suspicious,
Yeah,
wouldn't it be? That'd be
exactly.
real weird.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. When you start digging in, you start finding, oh, wow, these people are no longer living in the country, or
Yes.
very hard to find, or dead. They had to believe that they were going to do an actual investigation, though, because they were so hard selling it right when the Trump administration took power.
Right.
Like, why would they do that if they knew sooner or later they were going to have to put it to bed on nothing, on just flim flam?
Well, I don't think Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, like, I don't see why they would have personally known anything about the situation.
Right. Yeah.
Before going into this. So maybe they were sincere. And maybe Trump was just like, knew that he wanted this to just be kind of like resolved. And maybe,
Right.
I mean, it could, you're right. On one hand, you say like, why are they so hard dead set against this or dead set on this? But maybe the alternative would be, well, if they appear to be so gung-ho for it, then maybe you would be more likely to believe them when they say, oh, look, we did, everything we could and we didn't find anything.
You wouldn't come out though and say, oh yeah, what you're going to see is really going to blow your fucking mind.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That is a good point. You'd be more cautious.
Oh my God,
right,
this is going to be controversial. Everyone's going to be talking about this.
You're right. You would
There's
definitely
nothing to see here. Yeah, look, everyone is talking about it, but
right. That's a great point. So yeah, it definitely shows. I think that's right. It definitely seems like Pam Bondi and Kash at least, wouldn't walked into this.
They thought there was a there.
Yeah.
They're like, we're going to get to the bottom of this shit.
Right.
And they're such true believers. They probably thought, oh my God, it's just a long list of Democrats. We're going to get all the Democrats and put the Democrats out of business.
And
then they get the list and they're like, oh shit, half these guys are Republicans. What the fuck?
Right.
Yeah.
And then also, it doesn't help too that, Trump was meeting with Bibi Netanyahu like today or yesterday.
Is
the
he
same
on the
time.
list?
Well, one of the theories is that Epstein was like doing all this, in conjunction with the Israeli government or something. So it's like, oh my God, like the timing of this is so bad.
Are they trying? They're trying to get dirt on all these terrorists overseas. I mean, don't we all know that they're sleeping with the farm animals?
Who knows?
Everyone suspects it anyway. So how is the dirt helpful?
Well, and then here's interesting too. So this next question that they ask her is from Peter Ducey, who's works at Fox News. Okay, so this is, this isn't the lamestream left-wing media like question about this. This is Fox News is like, what the fuck's up with this?
Sure. Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Yeah.
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United.
Okay, so then she just completely changes the subject.
Yeah.
She's like, well, she meant like, she didn't mean, when they asked her about the client list and she said it was on her desk, she didn't actually literally mean the client list. She just meant like general information about the case, obviously.
She just assumed the client list was in there, but then she actually looked at it and no client list. So sad.
Which is weird because she is a lawyer, okay, who was, I believe she was the Attorney General in Florida, or, a high-ranking lawyer in Florida at some point of time. And usually lawyers are very careful with their language.
Right.
Because they know, like, oh, you have to be like as specific or vague or general as possible when you say things so that your words don't come back to screw you over. but I guess not. I guess not here.
Why do they call it a client list? Because wasn't he just getting dirt on people? These people weren't paying for his services. He wasn't like a madam.
Well,
right?
there's some belief that maybe he was a madam for some of these people.
Okay.
Like if people wanted to procure, underage or illicit, sexual activity, they could,
I thought
they
he
could
was
go to
just,
Epstein.
I thought he was just procuring services for high value people, just as so they would be able to communicate with them. That would be the cover story, right?
Maybe.
We just want to establish a relationship with you, right? In case you need anything or we need anything from you. And at the same time, you're developing blackmail material on them. But how would you not know that? Like, what the fuck? Just think, Dershowitz, like got a fucking massage from one of these people. Like, why would you do that? What a fucking idiot. What a fucking moron.
It's so funny. Dershowitz was like, "Oh, I'm going to be Epstein's lawyer. I'm going to defend him, through thick and thin, and try to act like I'm so morally superior." And then he's personally going to get a massage from one of these fucking people. Like, when that's the fucking accusation.
And
like
you're being fucking recorded, right? The whole game is to get you on tape getting a massage from some 15-year-old.
Maybe that's part of it. Is it's like the whole, everyone has to shoot into the dead body at the gang initiation, so that everyone is like responsible, so no one will rat anyone else out. Like maybe that's the whole thing. Like everyone.
It's great. Yeah, it's great that you bring this up, because that's exactly what I was thinking. That this is kind of, we all have dirt on each other situation, right? Everybody's in bed with Epstein, so we all know we got to have each other's backs. And now this is a time when they do have each other's backs, because they do have dirt on everyone. It's just like the gangs do. As soon as they initiate someone new to the gang, they're like, you got to go murder somebody, and we got to watch you do it. So if we're ever in trouble, we can rat you out for that murder.
Yeah. I mean, and it makes perfect sense. I was kind of on the fence about Dershowitz's involvement in this, but now I'm like 100% convinced that it makes perfect sense that Dershowitz would have been involved in something like this. Because think about it from Epstein's perspective, why would you have some lawyer that you're going to pay astronomical, amounts of money to? Why would you have some lawyer who's going to know all your dirty, dark secrets without making
having some dirt on him? Yeah.
Yes, without making sure that they can't turn on you, because if they do, it would destroy them.
Yeah.
You would never do that.
Yeah.
You would make sure. Yeah.
So he gets dirt on him first. I don't know the timeline in the Dershowitz situation, but Dershowitz is big time fucking Israel till you drop. So
he is. So if there really is some sort of Israel connection here, yeah.
Dershowitz is the guy who'd be sworn to secrecy on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's the press conference from today, where Trump and Pam Bondi respond to this, and it's just, oh my god, their answer's so bad.
It just solidified it and gave them the opportunity. So those are a couple of really, really big wins, and thank you for that opportunity.
And how are you doing with Columbia and Harvard?
We're negotiating hard. I think we're getting close to having that happen. It's not wrapped up as fast as I wanted to, but we're getting there.
Okay, good. And you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
It's been a good team.
Yep. You have a great team.
Around this table, a lot of people have helped with that.
That's right. Thank you very much. Maybe just in closing, we spent a lot of time.
Okay, maybe this is not the right video. Hold on. It's not the right time.
And how are you doing with Harvard?
I know.
Hegseth. Hegseth always looks guilty.
Does he?
He does. He always looks like he's worried that he's done something he's going to get in trouble for.
He's got like imposter syndrome. He's always worried at like any second something be like, "Have you been day drinking? What does that smell?"
There's an actor that he looks.
I found the actual time code here. I had the time code for when it was live streaming. They had a bunch of like crap in front of it. So
before the election with Kamala and Biden, he was trying to get them in, I guess. I don't know. He was recommended by somebody that worked for me. I like you better.
If I could ask the Attorney General a question too, President.
Sure.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former labor secretary who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the set?
yeah, and that's another thing too that's crazy about all this is that Alexander Acosta, who was Attorney General of I forget what district it was in Florida, when they were originally trying, like back in late 2000s, Epstein, they gave him that sweetheart deal. Acosta, signed off on this insane sweetheart deal with Epstein, where basically they're like, oh, you got high school girls to be involved in sexual activity with you. Well, how about this? You get that go to your private office every day, and then you just have to come to this like minimum security prison for a year to like sleep in the bed, and then you go back to your office and you can do whatever the fuck you want in your office all day. That was the deal that they gave him. Okay. After this fucking guy, they had multiple witnesses talk about and victims talk about how they were underage girls at high schools, and that Epstein literally had like a whole pyramid like chain scam thing where he would like get one high school girl to do sexual stuff with him, and then he'd tell them like, go find more people and tell them I'll pay them. And he would have like this rotating like list of fucking high school girls come to his house to do sexual shit with him for money. It's insane. And for that, they're like, oh, well, you get 1 year where you only have to sleep in prison, and then you spend the rest of it in your office doing whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Disgusting. Totally
crazy.
disgusting.
And Acosta had signed off on this. Okay. And then when Trump's first term, they labor secretary. And when this kind of people were like, wait a minute, you can't make this guy labor secretary do this crazy thing with Epstein. Then they had to like, drop him. And Acosta is on record saying that he was told by someone, we don't know who, because the FBI and the Trump administration hasn't looked into it, that he was told by somebody that he had to lay off of Epstein because Epstein had some sort of tie to the intelligence community.
Yeah. Yeah. He said that's why he gave him the sweetheart deal.
Right.
Yeah. He's one of our intelligence agents.
Right. Said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the set?
Yeah, sure. If I
could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy.
Trump is terrified she's going to answer.
Yes. Yes. This is insane. It's like, yes, there was a horrible fucking flood in Texas. Horrible catastrophe in Texas. Okay. But the idea that like, oh, well, you can't talk about the insane cover-up or seeming cover-up of the Epstein stuff, but you can't talk about that. Just don't talk about it. Everyone, what's wrong with you? How dare you talk about this massive cover-up for some insane, maybe the highest level of sex, pedo scam, blackmail ring that's like ever happened in modern time? How dare you talk about that whatsoever?
This is there's a genocide in Gaza excuse. We can't talk about this. How can we talk about this right now?
Oh my
God,
there's
a flood
right.
in Texas.
Fucking Trump did the Hassan Piker. There's a genocide going on right now.
He totally did.
Oh my God.
Not good. Not pretty. Just let her answer. I mean, just let her answer.
You're fucking
You're making
Bondi,
it worse.
Kash, your son, your administration said that you're gonna get the bottom of this. You don't get to say that for months, and then you release bullshit and people can't question it.
Yeah, he's playing it completely wrong here. He should be. Yeah, Pam. What about that? What's going on with that? He should be inquisitive about it.
That's why I don't think he can, because I think he told her try to get this, open, like close as soon as possible, right?
Well, look, if he told her that privately, then she knows that he's just fucking around, right? Then it's easy,
right? But I guess we'll see.
Yeah,
because
what about that?
If Trump throws Pam, Bondi, or Kash Patel under the bus.
Oh yeah,
okay?
they're gonna fucking talk. They're gonna
right.
Their gums are gonna be flapping.
If he throws them under the bus and they don't say anything about it, and they don't get some sort of sweetheart deal, some sweetheart job somewhere, immediately, very shortly after, which is possible, then you'd be like, that's very, then maybe Trump didn't know and was just some ignorant buffoon about the whole situation.
What's the first thing Elon did? What's the first fucking thing Elon did?
He said he did the Epstein file.
I know.
The very first thing.
Yes, yeah. All over the fucking bill. Just because he didn't like the tax cut bill.
I know. Which is kind of hilarious and crazy.
This is so bad. He answered completely incorrectly here.
Yes.
Just let Pam Bondi take care of it.
Look at Marco. He always looks so concerned. He's always like, what the hell what am I participating in?
Marco's like, why am I in this shot? They're talking about pedo of the year, and I'm sitting here. My name is on camera.
You get the zoom in on Marco, the slow pan zoom in on his face, and you hear like "Hello Darkness" playing as he's watching his political career like melt before his eyes.
He's going to be running for president. He wants to be president.
Marco Rubio, as you run for president, how did you feel when
that
Donald
moment.
Trump was next to you? Was talking about
exactly.
Epstein. You just looked miserable.
This looks so bad for Trump.
With what happened in Texas, it just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file, along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also
She just misspoke, everybody. She just misspoke. It's okay. Everyone just relax.
Well,
I'm looking at the client list.
I would like some clarification on the client list, because client implies he was providing services.
Right.
Which I don't know the details of that situation, so.
Mm-hmm.
Tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day.
So they make it sound like he's just a pedo downloading porn on the internet.
Yeah, all those rumors about the things he was doing and blackmailing, none of that's true. He was just a lone pervert, just downloading it himself on the internet.com.
I mean, a lot of the girls that were in these videos want the stuff released from what I'm hearing. So
really? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I don't think they want like their own.
Well, no, they
picture
want,
release, yeah.
no, obviously, but they want the information out there because obviously they're the victims. So they want some kind of justice.
Of course. And they keep saying, and that's another question too. She said that they had evidence that 1,000 girls were victimized. 1,000 girls were victimized. And you're going to close the case without going to them and asking for their story to get those, reports. What do they say about the situation? Do they say that it was just Epstein that was, sexually victimizing them? Was anyone else involved in the situation? The 1,000 victims?
Look, you have to have investigators at the FBI just dying to dive into this case.
Yes.
They got to be holding them back, man.
Unless
they got to be pissed about it.
Because they killed everyone off.
Yeah. Unless they're all dead, right?
Yes. Yes.
To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute...
How do you have no fucking knowledge? You don't have any leads. You're not following up on anybody.
No knowledge whatsoever. They asked the FBI, they asked Israel. They said, no, of course not. She said, well, there you go. No knowledge.
Missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the
What was that? Did you catch that? She's like,
Yeah.
this video was definitive. Pause. It was not conclusive.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's a little bit of a contradiction. One of
Yes.
those statements can't be true.
Yes.
From the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence.
She meant definitively the video was not conclusive. This video will definitively show that the evidence we have is not conclusive. What the fuck?
This is such a clusterfuck. This is such a clusterfuck.
No.
Because the whole point of an investigation is to rule out possibilities. You should be
Yes.
able to come out and say, we know that he was not working for any agency. Right?
We did an exhaustive investigation.
Yeah, exactly.
Adam. Okay. We looked through every file we could find. We went into all the desk drawers of all the Dales at the FBI, and we've come to the amazingly clear, crystal clear, definitive conclusion that we don't know anything
Right.
about Jeffrey Epstein.
This is horrible. This is Chinatown. This is basically the plot of Chinatown where you're like, oh, yeah.
Yes.
Look, our boss is involved. We can't
Yes.
really do anything now.
Yes.
Such
Video,
bullshit.
we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Okay. So the explanation is that the servers or the technology is old, so that means that it magically resets every night to cut a minute out of the footage automatically.
That is believable though. If you have
Right.
a DVR system that's set to reboot, and you can set it to reboot like once a day or once a week or whatever,
Mhm,
and when it
mhm.
reboots, obviously it goes offline, right, and boots back up, so you lose some footage.
Right. And I agree that that is somewhat believable too, because of the time it happened was at midnight, which is
Right.
when you would reset the cameras anyway, normally, if you had to choose a time. So, but there's two problems with that. Number one, why does the footage have that weird shift in the footage that's released? Why does that happen? That's number one. And then number two, how fucking incompetent is Pam Bondi's office that when they were looking through all this information to release it, nobody noticed this missing minute before they released the information, so that they couldn't have explained the missing minute at the same time they released it?
Right.
No one noticed it. It took the internet to look at it and notice it on the first day it was released. No one from her office actually looked through the video and said, oh, that's weird. There's a minute missing here.
Yeah. You know you're going to get savaged either way if you mention it or don't mention it.
But it
You're
would
gonna
be
like, oh.
better. It would be better to like say, okay,
It would be
this is why
better
there's a
to
minute missing.
acknowledge yeah.
Right. And then you could even provide examples of like other days and show that it's always the same thing or something, right? Like people
Right.
still wouldn't believe it, but you could at least try to do it.
Yeah.
And then
Explain the reboot, all that stuff.
right. And then what she says at the end here is like crazy.
And every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
That's it on Epstein. That's it. It's done. We've done an exhaustive investigation. We found everything we're going to find. We're not going to talk to any of the victims. We're not going to talk to any people that worked for Epstein. That's it. Wrap it up, boys. Nothing to see here. Cut to the Leslie Nielsen gif. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here in front of the exploding building. Okay. Just, everything's fine.
Yeah, the new Epstein policy is don't ask, don't tell.
We brought back don't ask, don't tell.
I just That's not remotely satisfying at all.
Yeah. Yes.
After they super hyped it up too.
I know. This is so crazy. This is so crazy.
It is. It's insane.
Oh my God.
It makes me think that it's a million times worse than I had ever imagined.
Yes. Yes.
That there's absolutely no one that they can that they can throw under the bus, that they can use as a scapegoat. That just makes me think, oh my God, it's fucking everyone.
Yep.
It's 100 senators. It's 435 Congress people. All of them were on Epstein's island. That's why there's thousands of victims, right?
Yeah.
There's only 435 members of Congress.
So bad. And it's funny because when we first, when I first started, looking in and talking about Kash Patel, obviously we had, had the big thing about I didn't trust Kash Patel because of the airspace.
Well, look, I
clearance
don't
thing
trust
and all
him
that
now
stuff.
either.
Right.
Now I don't
Right.
trust him.
Right. But my first inclination to Kash was like, I don't trust this fucking guy. He has that weird thing with the airspace clearance. He keeps he's selling a bunch of bullshit products, including supposedly some sort of pill that's supposed to take the vaccine out of your body if you got the COVID vaccine. I was like, I don't trust this fucking guy. And then I'll be honest, I said on stream, I listened to some of the things he said on Joe Rogan. I listened to some of the things he said elsewhere. And I said, okay, I'm willing to trust what Kash is saying here and see what evidence they provide. Right. I said, I'm willing to grant my trust. And then now we see my initial assessment. I should just stuck with that. He is the fucking untrustworthy motherfucker. This is bullshit. This is 100% bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. He's definitely not going to resign because he's seen too much, right? But he makes himself out to be that guy all the way, right?
Right.
He's the first guy that would tell you, oh yeah, if I saw Trump's name in the Epstein files, I would say it, I would let everyone know, or I would resign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he's not that guy. He's gonna cover up.
No. He's gonna cover up, and some people are gonna cope about this. Some people are gonna be true about this. Actually, here I should show you. Elon Musk.
If Trump is not involved in any way and is not in any of the investigation files, I mean, why wouldn't he just let loose?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing.
I mean, it's so
Trump
much on his brand to just let loose.
And that's part of why this looks so bad for him, is that, as I said, with other people, with other politicians, you could believe that they're protecting some institution. But with Trump, he seems like the last person on earth to protect some other institution, to protect anyone other than himself.
This would be perfect evidence of how corrupt the deep state is.
Exactly. If Trump could wave around and say, look, the FBI covered this up. Look, a bunch of, Democrats or even Republicans, look how fucking dirty they are, whatsoever, and sell them out. I think he would. I think he 100% would. So it does make him look super fucking sus.
I wonder how much of this shit Elon saw, or if he's just talking shit and saw none of it.
Well, it's weird because you would think, why would Elon have seen any of it?
Yeah, I would not let Elon see any of this shit. Are you kidding me? If I'm in the FBI, I'm like, get that fucker out of here.
But the one reason why I would be maybe he did know something is that, and we've talked about this before, Trump very famously will have 20 people in his office from every different person come in and listen as they talk about sensitive information.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So I could 100% believe that Elon Musk was in the White House talking to Trump about something completely unrelated, and then someone would come in and they'd discuss the Epstein files, and he would just be standing there and he'd be overhearing everything they're saying.
Yeah. No sense of sensitive data, right?
Yes. So I sent you.
Well, that's kind of their brand with the transparency. We're the most transparent administration ever.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Elon's
doing that Elon thing again.
Yes, I sent. So this was Elon's. I believe it's his response. about the whole situation. Which
didn't he kind of recant on the?
He did. He said he went.
He
I don't know if
recanted.
he didn't. Did he ever say that he wasn't on the list, or he just said he went too far?
He didn't. He never recant. I guess technically he never recanted, right?
Yes, he never. I don't believe he ever said Donald Trump is not on the list or is involved in any way. He just said I went too far. He did the George Lucas. I may have gone too far in a few places.
Right.
Yes. So Elon posted this meme. It's the person putting on clown makeup in stages. And it's, we will release the Epstein list. We just need more time. The Epstein list is on my desk. And then finally at the end, in full clown makeup, there is no Epstein list.
Yeah.
Very true. And then
all right.
one of the responses, someone said, what happened to the client list on my desk? What happened to Epstein Files Part 2? What happened to these magical binders? What a farce. And Elon says this is the final straw. Just kind of interesting.
Elon's going for it, right?
He is, yes. Now, yesterday, Donald Trump defended Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. Now, he didn't defend them directly on this case specifically, but he did, like, obviously, this is why he made this statement on Truth Social, because everyone was giving them so much crap for this, which is interesting. So he's saying he's not throwing them under the bus, at least not yet. He's saying you guys did a good, heck of a job, Brownie. Donald Trump said the FBI under the direction of Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino is back to the basics, locking up criminals and cleaning up American streets. We have the greatest law enforcement professionals in the world, but politics and corrupt leadership often prevented them from doing their job. That is no longer the case now. Hilarious. They have been unleashed to do their jobs, and they're doing just that. Keep it up. Make America safe again. So that seems like bullshit to me.
P.S. Epstein files put to bed.
Yes. P.S. It's over. Why are you still talking about that? We have other important things to do here.
There's a flood in Texas.
Yes. Yes. It's, oh God. And then Trump had a super long post in response to Elon about this whole situation. I don't even know if it's.
No, I'm dying to hear it. No,
okay. So this is what Trump said in response to Elon's meme. And Elon talking about starting a third party. He said, I'm saddened to watch Elon Musk go completely off the rails. I don't know why he puts off the rails in quotes. Does he not understand what quotes mean? Like, that makes it sound like he didn't go off the rails.
He has a tweet lady. She does this shit. And
why did she do that?
So he doesn't correct her.
If you say, I think someone's gone, quote, off the rails, that means you're like questioning whether they went off the rails or not. Doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sad to watch Elon Musk go completely, air quotes, off the rails, essentially becoming a train wreck over the past 5 weeks. He even wants to start a third political party, despite the fact that they have never succeeded in the United States. The system seems not designed for them. The one thing third parties are good for is the creation of a complete and total disruption and chaos. We've had enough of that.
That's fucking bullshit. The Republican Party started as a third party during the Civil War. What the fuck is he talking about? They never work. Come on.
We've had enough of that with the radical left Democrats. We have lost their confidence, who have lost their confidence and their minds. Republicans, on the other hand, are a smooth running machine that just passed the biggest bill of its kind in the history of the country. It is a great bill. He keeps capitalizing bill, which like it's a person.
I told you, the random capitalization.
Yeah. It is a great bill, but unfortunately for Elon, it eliminates the ridiculous electric vehicle mandate, which would have forced everyone to buy an electric car in a short period of time. I've been strongly opposed to that from the very beginning. People are now allowed to buy whatever they want, gasoline-powered hybrids, which are doing very well, or new technologies as they come about. No more EV mandate. I have campaigned on this for 2 years, and quite honestly, when Elon gave me his total and unquestioned endorsement, in caps, I asked him whether or not he knew that I was going to terminate the EV mandate. It was in every speech I made and every conversation I had. He said he had no problems with that. I was very surprised. Additionally, Elon asked that one of his close friends run NASA. And while I thought his friend was very good, I was surprised to learn that he was a blue-blooded Democrat who had never contributed to a Republican before. Elon probably was also. I also thought it was inappropriate that a very close friend of Elon who was in the space business run NASA. But NASA is such a big part of Elon's corporate life. My number one charge is to protect the American public. unless
Oh,
you're protecting them
okay.
from a billionaire sex pedophile. So fuck that, I guess.
Yeah. So they're still at it. That when was that? When did he do that? That's
That was
today
on the
or yes?
6th.
Oh, okay.
So it's a couple days ago.
Couple days ago.
Yeah.
Maybe they're over it now.
The Elon Musk and Donald Trump are like the Taylor Swift hot and cold song.
Yeah,
There
exactly.
you go. And I want to say this clip here, this Tim Pool clip. So after all this Epstein stuff came out, I was happy to see that it seemed like most of the Trump supporting pundits were like very critical of this, calling Trump administration out, saying this was insane. You had a video of Alex Jones, like, I don't know if he's being honest or not, but at least saying that he was crying and vomiting because he was so disturbed by, the Trump administration's complicity and all this stuff. And then now we're starting to see, like, not everyone, but some people on the MAGA side of things crafting a defense here, crafting a defense for the Trump administration.
Oh, really?
Yes. Or I should say crafting copes for the MAGA movement to defend Donald Trump's administration and these actions.
Kash and Dan.
23 seconds here. Ready to go? 3, 2, 1, go.
Kash and Dan are being largely discredited as well as Pam Bondi. So I have no idea what this is or what's really going on. I think the best estimate, the best estimate is, I think Cernovich was saying this. What do you think they were doing the past several years? The reason there's no evidence is not that Pam and Kash and Dan are covering it up. It's that the Democrats covered it up a long time ago. Kash and
the good old Democrats.
But this is such an insane cope for two reasons, which I already said. Number one, the original investigation was under Trump's administration. So that's where the cover-up would have started. And number two, if this was true, if there was a cover-up, whether it was under Biden or Trump's first term, and Kash and Pam were like honest actors here, why would they not try to dig deep into the most obvious cover-up on the world and investigate and question the victims, question the people that work for Jeffrey Epstein? There's ways that you can go about doing this to try to, if you think that the information has been compromised or deleted, there's a lot of ways you could look into this. And they've both, or at least the FBI statement and Pam Bondi's statement, I don't know if Kash has made a public statement yet, but the FBI and Pam Bondi have both said that this is it. This is it. They've done their exhaustive study. Shut the fuck up. We're not talking about Jeffrey Epstein anymore.
Yeah, this is ridiculous levels of cope. If they want to make the argument that the Democrats covered everything up, destroyed all the evidence, bring the Democrats up on destroying evidence charges, right? They're fucking guilty. They are guilty. They would love to do that. They would love to dig up a fucking list that only had Democrat names on it that they tried to bury. They would fucking love to do that. Oh, hell yeah, they would jump in with both feet.
Yes. Kash Patel is doing some massive investigation where he's trying to dig up everything about the January 6th committee and the way that all that was handled.
Of course.
In order to drag the Democrats. And you're telling me that if they had information about the Democrats or the Biden administration or the FBI and the Biden administration deleting a bunch of evidence, covering up a bunch of evidence, and it just didn't hurt the Republicans, it was just the Democrats, you're telling me you have to be fucking retarded if you don't think that this would be a massive win for the Trump administration to be like, we're going to do this massive, investigation where we're going to get the bottom of this and we're going to show you that the Democrats and the FBI and the Biden administration, got rid of all the evidence.
Yeah, it'd be a giant win. It'd be a giant win. Yes, they're covering up evidence that incriminates them. Go get them.
And even if they found nothing, that would be that would completely satiate Trump's base. If they just made those accusations and then spent the next, the rest of his term doing jack shit.
Yeah, digging.
Yeah, doing, not finding anything. So this cope is like
nothing.
Right. This cope is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous cope. So.
Yeah, this is not going to work. They're completely re-energizing the case every time they say, "Oh, that's it, open and shut." Oh man, another news cycle.
I mean, and this is going to completely kill so much of, I don't know if the average person in America, like the average normie, I don't know how much they know about this, care about this. But this was a huge issue in the internet politics side of things. And now when anyone who's like a Trump supporter talks about, any of these pundits talks about, the Democrats or the deep state doing anything bad or wrong, if they're arguing with someone, they're debating with someone on the left, they're just going to point to this and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? They literally, the Trump administration literally hid all the Epstein information. You're full of shit.
They're going to adopt this argument, though, as shitty as it is. They're going to say, oh, yeah, it was the Biden administration that hid all that information. And we couldn't find it, which is, that's so ludicrous.
Right.
He had 70 employees. He had, I'm sure, half a dozen pilots that flew him to the fucking island. Right?
It's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah. Dig into I don't, how do they not know that you got to give them something? You got to come out and give them something. You got to bring out some new information. Details about Jeffrey Epstein's operation.
Yes. You have to at least make it look like you found something that you were doing some form of work.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
We looked through Dale's desk.
Yeah. Look, we found a picture of Hunter Biden snorting cocaine off an underage girl's butt crack while Jeffrey Epstein is playing bongos behind him, right? Like, you need something.
Yeah.
God.
It's just so crazy. And now they're trying to make it out like he's just a common pedophile downloading shit on the internet.
Yes. Yeah. He was like every other billionaire downloading CP off the internet. He didn't do anything beyond that. He did victimize 1,000 different people himself.
Even that, there's no details on. They don't have to show the video or name the names, but they could elucidate his system, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. His motivations. They could tell more about the actual work he did.
Yeah. If they released like a big extensive report where they like went through, all the fucked up shit he was doing, how he was accomplishing it, blah, 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 blah. And then they obviously they would cut out the names, but they're like Jane Doe, A, B, C, whatever, right? It would at least, I still wouldn't believe it, but it would be somewhat more believable because you'd think, well, they actually did something as opposed to doing nothing.
They did all that shit with Bernie Madoff. Obviously, they released all the details on his operation, right?
Yeah.
They dug into his bank accounts, all that shit.
Or what was the Friedman guy, right?
Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried.
Sam Bankman-Fried, yeah.
Yeah. Well, can't they just do that?
They even did this. I'm always kicking myself at this. One of the last videos I almost made on my channel back when I made videos.
That sounds so bad. That sounds so fucking bad.
I know.
The video I almost made.
I know. Was about Epstein. And I spent, because I forget why, there was some new information around the time period. And I spent like 2 weeks and I wrote out like a 20-page script about the original case that happened in Florida against Epstein. And so I did like a lot of research on that case. And in all the articles and all the things, it's exactly what you're saying. They extensively talked about the network and way in which Epstein procured girls from the high school. They named the high school. They talked about how he did this. They talked about how all these cameras in his mansion that like recorded him, with the girls and doing all this stuff. They had the witness statements from the girls where they'd explain the way that he'd like try to manipulate them at first, being like, oh, just give me a massage and I'll pay you. And then very slowly over time, it would transform into something sexual. Like it actually was like a real investigation where they explained the entire thing. And you're like, oh my God, this is insane. And then they also went over the insane sweetheart deal that he got. And I was like, holy crap. And so where's that for this?
Yeah, if that's definitely that's not common knowledge. I mean, the normies don't know that stuff. The Epstein watchers probably know all of that stuff, but they could repackage that stuff so it just seemed like new information to the normies and at least take some of this heat off them. This just reads like a cover-up. Like something that says cover-up memorandum at the top of the fucking
right.
memo, right?
It probably said, yeah, you know how like sometimes there's like it says like cover sheet, like on top of like a paper in front of some
Yeah.
portmanteau. It
Yeah.
says like cover up sheet on the document. And they're like, oh, ignore that. It was supposed to say cover sheet, not cover up sheet. What a mistake.
How could they release that video and think, oh yeah, this is going to solve everything?
This is going to help us. It's going to make us look good. Okay. Let me read some super chats and then I want to go over the Destiny drama.
Yeah,
It's a
we
little
have
ironic,
to.
but
We have to go into the Texas flooding situation first, just to
yes,
get the background, which is horrifying.
Which
I
is
was
definitely
watching.
horrifying.
I was watching that this morning, and so freaking sad.
Right. The Wooster for $5 says, based Elon exposing Steve Bannon for being in the Epstein files. Hopefully this will finally show the public that Bannon is controlled opposition. I don't know if Bannon is controlled opposition, but I think he is a very untrustworthy person.
Yeah, I did
massively
not know Bannon was like besties with Epstein either, which
Yeah.
is kind of hilarious considering him running around talking about the deep state and all that shit.
Yeah, and he was literally trying right before Epstein got arrested, he was trying to help salvage Epstein's reputation with by doing a movie or a documentary about him or something, which is
Yep.
insane. So Christian Ball for $2 says Candace Owens is claiming the Jews did this.
They covered everything up. They're behind the
Oh
cover
no.
up.
You know what's sad? I don't know whether you're joking or not. Because I would 100%, I haven't seen her response to any of this. I would 100% believe that somehow she's going to blame the Jews for this. Somehow. I mean, obviously there's the Israel connection, so I guess that would make sense. But that she would ignore, any connection to the Trump White House something and just be like, it's just the Jews. So very interesting. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says Sitch finally skeptical of the FBI. Only took this. Listen, I'm always skeptical of a lot of institutions, but this has definitely changed my perception of the FBI a lot as a very, very untrustworthy organization. Unless we get to the bottom of what's going on here, so it has changed my opinion on this. Poboxy for £5 says, or for €5 says, releasing the Epstein files was part of the deal. I am altering the deal. Pray don't alter it any further. There you go.
Wow.
There you go. That's good. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, if you trust the FBI, I have a bridge to sell you. A capital B bridge. There you go.
There's got to be good people in the FBI, though. It's not all corrupt. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but something like this, if this is a cover up, something like this, you would assume would have to go up to the top levels of the FBI.
Oh yeah, of course. But I'm sure there are lower level investigators who are like, this is fucked up.
Of course.
Yeah.
Jason Mulgren for $5. Thank you. Says some in Congress are working on a plan to subvert deportations and grant mass amnesty before the midterm, per Charlie Kirk, confirmed by Brian Donalds. How would they? Well, here's the thing. How would they possibly accomplish that? What does that mean? I mean, there's no way that Trump would ever sign a bill. I don't believe he would sign a bill that would give amnesty to people whatsoever. And they're not going to have anywhere near the amount of votes in Congress or the political will in Congress to overturn Trump. So maybe there's something like that, but that does sound kind of sketchy. Like, oh, the Trump administration is getting all this heat for the Epstein stuff. Let's change the subject. Now we're going to talk about the secret plan for mass amnesty.
Oh yeah, how would they? They don't control Congress. Like, how is that possible?
Right.
No, I mean the Democrats probably have half a dozen bills for mass amnesty that they're putting up on the floor every day, right? And the Republicans are just laughing in their faces and going, ah.
Right. David Kaney for $5 says, not a lawyer, but if you're a victim of blackmail, can you be charged if the blackmailer is arrested on the crime he's trying to blackmail you on? Yes. So if you've committed a crime and someone's blackmailing you and they get arrested and the government finds evidence that of the crime you committed when they arrest a blackmailer, you can 100% be arrested and convicted of that crime. Yeah. They don't say, the government doesn't say, well, you did this horrible crime, but since you're being blackmailed, you get you get a freebie. That doesn't happen. So
Yeah.
it'd be funny if it did happen though.
So yeah, that's another suspicious thing. Because they're not really. I've never heard anyone come out and claim Epstein is in all of these videos. Epstein is the only person in all of these videos explicitly, right?
Right.
If that was the case, they could do that,
Yes.
and they would definitely do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not doing that, then other people are in these videos.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says part of the first Epstein plea deal was immunity to any unknown co-conspirators, not to mention it's on record he belonged to intelligence. Yeah, no, that's a good point too to bring up. And that's part of why, if this was real, that there should be an investigation into the plea deal itself. This was insane, was that yes, the original plea deal in Florida back in 2008 did grant immunity to potential co-conspirators who were not named, which is
that
psychotic.
federal immunity?
I don't know the answer to that question, actually. Yeah, I don't know if it was federal or state, but I think it was federal. I believe it was federal.
That is
I'm not
crazy.
100%. So, but that is totally, totally insane. Now I don't remember, because it's been a while, if that would be only immunity to the specific, because the specific thing in that Florida case, it was only about him going to this high school and procuring girls from the high school to get sexual massages from them. It didn't talk about or cover any of the island stuff. So I don't know if that immunity deal would even cover anything beyond just that one situation.
And it didn't work for Ghislaine because she ended up in jail, right?
That's
it
a
was
good point.
probably just to protect the victims who were signing up their friends, right? Because obviously they're involved criminally.
Right, that would be part of it. But you're right, it didn't protect Ghislaine, so obviously they were able to get around that. So RBGH fan for $5 says, this just in, it wasn't campaign dinners of both parties, royal family members, or possible former and current presidents. It was just the one dead guy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
suspicious.
Well, I didn't realize because that there's the whole thing with like we knew that there was a weird thing with Prince Andrew and Epstein. There are pictures of Prince Andrew with Epstein and the girl, I forget her name, who recently killed herself, and the accusations against him being involved in all this. But I didn't realize that he was like essentially exiled from the royal family in part because of the weird Epstein connection. So that obviously makes it seem really fucking suspect, doesn't it?
Yeah, very, very suspect.
And then also there was supposedly Bill Gates' wife said part of the reason they got a divorce was something about, his connection with Epstein.
Oh my
which
God.
is like insane. Like what the fuck? Like obviously. Yeah, it says she described Epstein once as deeply unsettling and called him abhorrent and evil personified. And claimed that he had something to do with the end of their 27-year marriage.
Right.
Which is crazy. What the fuck? Yeah, that's totally crazy.
Sounds like he's got some. Sounds like Bill Gates might be in some of those videos.
It sounds like it, yeah. Libertarian Sasquatch for 2 hours says, I could teach a college grad course on Epstein. Apparently, yeah.
Oh, really?
Malik for $10 says, might be time for January 6th 2 with Chipper Edition. With Chipper Edition. That's terrible. Our league
round
for
everyone up.
Yeah.
Well, you'd be in favor of that January 6th, right?
I do not endorse violence, political violence. Okay, of any kind.
Well, what if they were convicted pedophiles, though?
Well, if you knew that they are convicted pedophiles, sure.
Right.
Sure.
Okay, good.
Right. Yeah. Our league for $5 says, if a list came out implicating the world's top CEOs and politicians, the fallout would be catastrophic. It would be, but again, I think Donald Trump would do it 100% because regardless of what the fallout was, he would be hailed as the biggest hero by his base and by a huge number of people in America would say, "Oh my God, maybe I didn't agree with Donald Trump on politics. Maybe I don't like the deportations, but he is a hero for showing like this huge amount of the government and the top elites were involved in this like horrendous crime." Like I 100% believe he would pull that trigger unless he had some very deep unless it would backfire on him personally.
Unless he was somehow involved. That's the thing that makes me think maybe he is involved.
Right.
Because, yeah, I agree. Like, he would love to come out and say, "Oh, I'm the only one innocent here. Everyone's fucking guilty." And he would be a total hero.
Yeah. Even if the economy like went down and all stuff, he would still be like, everyone would say it was worth it. You had to do it. You had to get rid of this corruption and filth, no
Yeah, and
what.
he'd be remembered. It'd be the perfect thing it'd be legacy building.
Yes, he would be forever remembered for like the president who destroyed the evil deep state.
He would get everything Donald Trump wants, right?
Yep.
The only thing standing in the way is he's on the fucking list. That's the only thing preventing this scenario from playing out.
Right. So there's a tape somewhere. There's a tape somewhere in that cache or that archive of tapes.
Even if you went in and had your people clean up so that any connection to you was completely erased, it would still be such a crazy risky move to out everyone, right?
Yeah, well, it would come out. I mean, because first of all, you'd have to trust the people cleaning it up would not
fuck up. Yeah,
would not fuck up or would not copy it themselves and keep a little extra copy somewhere, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking Trump is involved.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, the more I think he's got to be. He's definitely got to be. What about you?
No, I agree because I don't think his motivation, his behavior, this doesn't make sense to me. Otherwise,
yeah.
Kristen Brandon for $5 says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, ByteDance is building a U.S. version of TikTok ahead of the sale. U.S. version plans to launch on September 5th. Well, I guess that's why Trump has been another huge Trump failing. That's why Trump keeps giving them more and more time. So there you go. Thanks on that one.
I mean, that sucks, right? That's still going to be controlled by Beijing, right?
Right.
How's that change anything?
Mm-hmm. Short Stack Goblin for $2 says, "In the words of Nixon, limited hangout." I'm not familiar with that term. Limited hangout. Limited hangout is a tactic involving revealing some information to control the narrative and prevent the release of more damaging information. It's a strategy used in various contexts like media relations, perception management, and espionage.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
Right. The goal is to appear transparent while selectively withholding the most sensitive details. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. But
it's not working.
They did the worst They did a piss poor job of it. They did the worst, most incompetent job of it ever.
Yeah. It's more like limited bullseye.
T-Rex Trucking and More for $20. Thank you. Says, if Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, then Don Lemon is correct. And Malaysia Flight 370 did get swallowed by a black hole.
This is ridiculous.
I forgot about the whole. Oh my God,
the
that's
Malaysia
right.
flight that they never found.
There was like a mini black hole that opened up and sucked in the Malaysia Flight 370. I totally forgot.
Who came up with that? Was that Don Lemon?
Who came up, but I think
it might have been Don Lemon.
Yeah. Oh God. T-Rex also says, the only theory that I've heard, and it's even more ridiculous, is that somehow Trump is using the blackmail obtained from Jeffrey Epstein to control the deep state or something. It's all gross. That's like, yeah, I agree. That's like it's a 10 levels deep of coke. That's a crazy level of coke.
So Trump is using all of the blackmail to keep the deep state in line.
Of course. Yeah.
So obviously, in order to do that, Trump gets no credit at all. This doesn't help his legacy or anything. He's sacrificing himself to keep the deep state in line. Does that
the greater good.
Does that sound true to you, Sitch?
No, that doesn't sound true even a little bit. Yeah.
It doesn't. Not at all. No.
Not at all.
Yeah.
There was an episode of Star Trek where Worf, the Klingon character, who, if you know anything about Star Trek, the Klingons are like this like massive warrior honor culture. Their entire culture is based around honor and family honor. And they're going to do some kind of trial where they're going to strip Worf's father, who's dead. They're going to strip his father's like honors away from him, and they're accusing him of basically treason and helping another alien race, just kill a bunch of Klingons. And so he goes and he fights goes to trial and kind of fights the case. And it's basically revealed at the end that everyone in the Klingon High Council, the Klingon government, knows that Worf's father is innocent, but they know that the guilty culprit is some up-and-comer in Klingon politics. And if that gets revealed, it's going to cause a Klingon civil war, essentially. And it's going to split the empire in half. So Worf, who's like this super honor-driven character, decides that for the sake of the honor of the empire, maintaining the empire is more important than his personal honor. So he will accept the lie that his father committed treason to protect the entire empire from being split in half.
That's what Trump is doing. Trump is basically Worf.
When I think of who Donald Trump is going to be like in Star Trek, I think of the character of Worf. Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
The honorable Worf.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That episode has a lot of irony in it. I don't think I've seen that.
It's a good episode, yeah. And then obviously it all blows up in their face because down the line, like the character that he lied for turns out to be a huge evil piece of shit, and they have to kill him anyway. So.
Oh, okay. Well, does his dad get his honor back in the end?
He does.
Nice. Yeah. Good.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says the guy who stole Epstein's black book, Alfredo Rodriguez, went to jail longer than Epstein. It had names and dates highlighted. That's crazy. That is totally crazy. Yes.
Is that on the internet?
The book, yeah. The book is on the internet, yeah. And it has, because I remember when it came out. I forget when it came out. It came out years ago. And Trump's name was in it a bunch, and like his contact information was in it a bunch.
You should do the Epstein video now, dude. Everyone's talking about it. Get 1 million views. What the fuck? Stop lazing out, Sitch. Just get down. Fucking do it. You got tomorrow off. What are you fucking around for?
There you go. Heck
Are you gonna do it?
No.
That sounded like a. What do you got going tomorrow?
Heck Tech for $5 says this is
not even gonna answer. He's just moving on.
I know, just moving on.
Look, guys, I am here. I'm for you.
I've done an exhaustive.
I know you did more research than Pam Bondi did.
I did an exhaustive investigation.
These motherfuckers would love your video. Look, I'm fighting for a Sitch video here, guys.
I've done an exhaustive investigation into a Sitch video. The case is closed.
Oh my!
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Well, I'll think about it. That's a good idea. That is.
What do you got going? What's going on? You got nothing going. You're gonna sit around tomorrow and do fucking jack shit.
That's true.
Make a
Pick
video.
my nose tomorrow. Yeah.
Make a video. Sammy, back me up.
Look at this.
Back me up. What time does
Look,
this...
she's in the chat. She's narking on me.
What time does this guy get up, Sammy?
Yeah.
I get up at 5. Okay.
That's crazy. I do not get up at 5 in the morning. Okay.
Yeah. Come on, get this guy out of bed, Sammy.
Look, Sammy ratting me out. Terrible.
Wait, I want him to wake up with an editing keyboard on his fucking belly tomorrow. Anyway.
Heck Tech for $5 says
I tried, guys. I want points. I tried.
Heck Tech for $5
$5
says this is a Watchmen, Dr. Manhattan, and Rorschach scenario.
This is totally that. Fuck yes, it is.
Yeah. Now you never
Kash Patel
suspected
going there, saying "Murder me, kill me."
Yeah, but that's the problem. There's no one in the Trump administration.
No one is a Rorschach.
Yeah.
Yes. Nobody's doing the Rorschach. Yeah.
No. T-Rex Trucking and more for $5 says such bullshit. The press secretary is not in the loop. She is told just enough so that she doesn't lie the wrong way.
True. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
She knows nothing.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says Ehud Barak flew on his plane 30 times.
Wow.
Crazy. That's a former prime minister of Israel.
All the resources at the FBI's disposal. Yes, this is just reeks of corruption. This is the deep state. All these fuckers talking about the deep state forever. They need to shut the fuck up. If I hear deep state one more time. And Kash Patel's book, Government Gangsters. Oh my God. Government fucking gangsters. Such bullshit. That book should be unpublished now. That book should literally be unpublished and removed from all servers in the United States, and all physical copies should be burned.
You can keep the book out, but it has to have like a big banner on
a
top
big
of
disclaimer.
The cover.
Yes, exactly. This book is complete bullshit.
Yes.
None of it has been verified. Kash Patel is now a government gangster himself, covering up for the Epstein files.
Right.
He's not Rorschach. Who is the
He's Night Owl.
Oh yeah, he's totally Night Owl. That's right.
Just went along with it. The Israel thing too is interesting because, and I'm sure some people will say this. I can't imagine this. Even if Trump wasn't implicated whatsoever, but the information showed that like Epstein 100% was working with the Israeli government or the Israeli and the U.S. government to blackmail people for those governments' purposes. I still think Trump would 100%, if he was implicated, come out and expose it. I don't think Trump would protect Israel's reputation if Trump could sell Israel's reputation to make him a history defining president. He would do it.
He would do it. Of course he would. Of course he would. Especially now when the world is totally turning on Israel over the Gaza shit. This is a perfect time for him to throw him under the bus. Look what he did to Elon. Elon totally helped him get elected, and now he's like, oh yeah, that guy's fucking weird.
Yeah, exactly.
He has got no problems throwing people under the bus when they've served their usefulness.
Yes.
The only thing standing in his way from doing that is physical evidence that he was involved.
Right.
Yeah, which you can't change.
Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, I've worked some federal trafficking cases. Wow. If you don't know the person is trafficked and you don't know they are underage, depending, then you aren't liable. You need evidence of that knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. T-Rex Trucking and More for $5 says, Marco Rubio always looks pissed and stressed out nowadays. Like, I just want to go home and sleep for a decade. He does. He does.
Yeah. He's getting worked.
Right.
All the insider information makes it seem like working inside the Trump administration is just a nightmare because nobody knows what the fuck's going on. You can't really form any sort of team coalition to go out and do anything because Trump could change his mind instantaneously. Yeah, which I've worked in places like that where you're like, oh my God, the boss is fucking schizophrenic.
Right.
Like every day you're doing something brand new.
Sam has been releasing secrets about my body type and how much I go to the gym.
In the chat?
Oh my God.
Oh, we're going to have to take that wrench away.
There you go.
Ban Sammy G.
Well, it's true. Cause it's funny. Cause there's like this machine. I'd never even heard this. There's this machine you can stand on and it's weird. You can feel it like sends electrical like currents through your body, and it somehow measures like the exact weight of like your different limbs, and it measures like your fat to muscle ratio and everything.
Is it a tens?
No, it's very minor. You can like barely feel it.
Tens is an electrical current that is like a muscle massager. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Those things are great. I have a
it's
tens,
like
it's fucking that's what got me through the comic, is that tens thing.
It looks like, it doesn't massage you. It looks like a big scale with handlebars that you stand on and you like grab the handlebars.
And you feel an electrical shock.
It's very minor. You just feel very minor. Like a little tingling. But no, and so it showed that like, it showed I was underweight because I'm a little skinny, but it did show that my muscle ratio was like pretty good.
Oh, nice.
So take that. Take that.
I should get mine checked out.
So JMac for $20 says, Sammy has an apartment gym, Sitch. No more excuses. Time to get up early and get them gains.
That's right. J-Mac, I exercise every day, so I'm
That's
good.
true. That's
I
true.
do
We
it out of
live-
respect for you, but Sitch has no respect for you at
That's
all.
true.
That's why
That's
he
true.
doesn't. That's why he's not getting up in the morning.
That's very true. I have no respect. Yeah. Now we do live in an apartment that has a gym, so no
Why
excuses.
that'd be great. You'd be all over that.
Yes.
Where's my I think I moved my weight, so I don't have it here. Remember when I was working out on the stream for a while?
There you go, $0. Beat boop, your muscles are fine for a starving person. That's about the size of it, yeah. I'm very skinny. That is true. I'm very skinny. I'm only like 140.
I mean, if it was between working out or making this Epstein video, I would go for the Epstein video tomorrow. That would be
the
workout of the mind. That's what you
right.
want.
There you go.
Does your
Your
channel can't be monetized? Your main channel, I don't think it's probably not.
Probably
even
not. I haven't uploaded in like years. So
I went to my Adam Friended secret channel and I was like, shit, this channel's not even monetized anymore. None of my fucking channels are monetized. The How to Kill a Franchise is the only other channel that I can upload to that's not that is monetized. Yeah. You might be in the same boat though. It might be this and that and the How to Kill a Franchise channel.
Yes.
If your main channel's not monetized. I bet you could get it monetized again pretty quick though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do a live stream on my channel just to kind of see how dead it is.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says Israel praised Ghislaine Maxwell's dad as a hero. That's very suspect. Yeah. I know he was super suspect himself. So
maybe Libertarian Sasquatch will come on and give us that college lecture course on Epstein.
Yes.
Because I guess Sitch knows a lot about it. I don't know a lot about it. So
our leg for $5 says local ped rings have over 100 working class perpetrators with billions of dollars, passports, and private jets. It was probably huge. True.
Yeah. Fuck.
Salty Trisket for $5 says the prison guard got jump scared by a phantom pedophile and all the cameras had to be rebooted. Exactly. Exactly. Dayamoling for 15 months says, wasn't Epstein's whole thing collecting dirt on powerful people? Certainly not just one side. Any evidence is probably long destroyed. Yeah, I think that's very highly probable. And if the Trump administration was serious about it, they would try to recollect as much evidence as possible through
but
testimony.
if he's doing that for the intelligence agencies are keeping that fucking information. There's no way.
The blackmail material.
Yeah, they're not destroying it. The whole point of getting it is to keep it.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be something standing in the way of an investigation because they're like, well, we have this blackmail material on all these people and it's actually quite helpful, right? It's useful. Whenever they want to do something that's out of the line or against the United States, we just go, hey, we got this Epstein tape over here. Why don't you shut the fuck up, right?
You're right.
As soon as they launch some investigation, they can no longer do that. All these people can do whatever the fuck they want.
Right.
Yeah. So, but that's the thing. I mean, the argument that the only argument is, it's like a bomb on Nagasaki, right? We're going to save more people in the long run. We're killing a bunch of people now, but in the long run, more people are going to be saved.
Right.
Yeah, but nobody wants to. That's not going to fly. That's not going to fly. This is our own people. These are Americans. We didn't drop the bomb on an American city to stop the war, right?
Mm-hmm. Magor for $2 says, I'm starting to think that Kash knows he was murdered, but is being controlled by someone. So he's using his incompetence as a shield to let the world know. That shouldn't be likely, but it's starting to seem possible. That'd be pretty funny, but skeptical.
Kash doesn't define himself as incompetent, though. Like Kash thinks he's like super competent.
Yeah, in his Government Gangsters book, his entire branding is, I'm the hyper competent exposer of the deep state and dark government secrets.
Yeah.
So McGore from
That's
$2
what
says,
super offended Sitch too.
right, because I'm like, this guy's selling fucking pills that are supposed to reverse the COVID vaccine. Yeah, give me a
I'm
break.
like, he's an egomaniac. All that stuff just rolls right off me. I'm like, yeah, he's a fucking egomaniac. I work in Hollywood.
I was gonna say, you're in LA. You're surrounded by narcissistic egomaniacs, so you're like, oh, whatever. You know, it's just a Thursday.
It's so true. It's
Yeah.
so fucking. You can't work on a movie set and not be surrounded by fucking narcissistic maniacs.
Yeah.
You learn to ignore it.
Yeah, I'm just reading. I'm reading this. I'm like, God damn. It's like I'm gonna spend an entire chapter talking about a judge that yelled at me once, like 20
Right.
years ago. It's like what? Magor for $2 says, regardless, when absolute clown show, the flat earthers have more credibility about Epstein than all factions of government. P.S. I want to see J-Mac holding all three of the chat crowns someday. Is that possible? Can
I
one
don't
person?
think it is. Yeah.
I don't think that works that way. But Saul for $2 says, as disappointed as I am about the Diddy verdict, I'm more disappointed in the idiots who want to legalize vigilantism. As much as I don't like either, Candace was right and Destiny was wrong about Diddy. I don't know what was. I don't actually
Was
follow.
Destiny
what was Candace and Destiny's
defending
take?
Diddy?
Yeah, about Diddy. I don't know.
That's fascinating.
So, or was Candace defending Diddy?
We're just completely out of it on the Destiny shit now.
Yes.
Destiny jumped the shark and we're like, we're off.
Well, we're going to cover some of that in just one
I
second
know.
here.
Yeah. But it's been forever.
All Souls Night for $25. Thank you. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, in my experience, the online dialogue surrounding ICE and them not showing ID and such mirrors a lot of the Soviet Sov-Sit rhetoric of, quote, how can I know you're really a cop at a traffic stop, for example? Oh, sovereign citizen rhetoric of how can I know you're really a cop at a traffic stop, example. Thoughts, S-Class is a best class. And also off topic, but I've been focusing on overemployment and missing the shows, and I want to get you all's take for weeks now. Thank you. But listen, it's good that you've been working. So,
yeah, obviously. Yeah.
My understanding is that the explanation given for why they don't show ID is because they're saying that they're like protecting officers from being attacked by people or stalked by people, which I don't think is an unreasonable thing to say. There definitely are a lot of people. I think there just recently was a person who was trying to shoot some sort of federal law enforcement officer. I don't know if they're ICE officers, but trying to shoot some sort of federal officers.
Someone did get shot in the neck.
Yes. About the immigration stuff. So it's not an unreasonable thing to say that, you want to protect these people's identities and all that stuff. That being said, I think that if you are a police officer or some sort of law enforcement officer, that is part of your job, is that you are the arm of the state that can engage in violence, that has a monopoly of violence against people. Because you have to remember, if you're an ICE officer, a police officer, or something like that, and you go to grab someone with physical force to take them into custody, you have a lawful right, if that person attacks you or tries to defend themselves from you, to attack them or kill them, which is like a huge responsibility. Obviously, most people walking around don't have, that right. If a random person tries to grab you and put you in a car, you can kill them to protect yourself. If that person is a police officer and they're acting within lawful police duties, or an ICE officer and they're acting in lawful ICE duties, you cannot kill them. If you do, you will go to jail. And so I think because the government has a monopoly on violence, and you're an agent of that, you have to identify yourself. You have to tell people, I am a police officer. I am an ICE agent. Here's my badge or whatever. I think you should 100% have to do that. And I understand that there's going to be blowback for some people, but that's just the territory of being, of having that job. Because God forbid, you have some situation where like a bunch of people, grab a person and kidnap them, and they're like, well, who are you? And they're like, oh, we're with ICE and we're deporting this person. And it turns out, well, those people weren't with ICE. They were just fucking lying. Or some officers grab someone, they try to, who are ICE officers. They say they are, but they don't really identify themselves, or maybe they don't even say that they are. And someone pulls out a gun and starts shooting people. Like it seems like you're really setting yourself up for some crazy situation to happen.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. The police have to identify themselves. The problem is, in this day and age with the internet and being able to cyber stalk these people, but they should just fix that, man. They should make it illegal to share these people's private information over the internet with nefarious intent, and start locking those fucking people up that do that dox people and fucking cyber stalk these people, and that would solve both problems, right? The police would be able to identify themselves, and they could go after these fuckers that are trying to get the ID and go after the officers' families and shit.
Right.
Throw their asses in jail too.
Right.
Yeah. They got
also time for
they're spreading that information. They got no good intent in sharing that fucking information.
Yeah, 100%. Also, Knight for another $5 says, my take, uniform is the identification. That's why dressing up as one and acting as one when you're not is a huge crime. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, if you're wearing a uniform, like you can fake a uniform, but if you're wearing a police uniform or an ICE, something that identifies you as ICE and something like that, then yes, that's, I still think you should, have to identify yourself with your badge or whatever, but it would still definitely be like telling people that you're in that organization. And there have been videos of people wearing ICE, like, clothing or the body armor that says ICE or something, even though they're masked up. So at least they have that. But I've also seen several videos of ICE agents who are just plain clothes. They're just wearing plain clothes outfits.
Yeah, because they're doing undercover work to
yeah, because they're doing undercover work.
Yeah,
they're just wearing plain clothes outfits, and then some of them sometimes they have no mask, or sometimes they have a mask and they're in a plain clothes outfit. In that situation, that's like totally crazy if you're not going to, clearly identify the fact that you're some kind of law enforcement.
If you're going into some business or factory to do a bust, I mean, you can't go in with your fucking dress blues on.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone runs out the back door.
Well, I mean, and think of how crazy and suspicious it looks if, like, and this has happened, you have someone's walking down the street and then you have 3 or 4 guys like jump around from different angles, plain clothes, some wearing masks, some not, grab a person, and like a fucking unmarked van just pulls up. They just throw them in and they're like, oh, don't worry, we're with the government. And they drive away. That's like, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, you got to be able to have some identification.
Yes. The Mongolian Leprechaun Superman from Saturn for $10 says, hey, Sitch Adam, one of these days I'd love to come on and tell you guys my media takes, and they're pretty spicy one. For example, I hate Wild West settings.
Well, I mean, that doesn't seem too spicy. I mean, when you say it makes it difficult to invite you on. You're saying your takes are pretty spicy. I don't want to invite someone on to have some conversation that's going to get uncomfortable.
Right.
So,
yeah. What do you mean by that? So, and not we don't
want you to come on and give your cuties review, right? We don't.
Right.
We didn't have a good time with Mr. Girl. I'm not saying you're Mr. Girl, but you should be clear when you say the Western settings. I mean, that's no one's going to get in trouble for Western settings. Obviously, you can hate them. Look, I hate background music, so
there you go. And musicals.
Yes, musicals are the worst.
I don't know if there's a specific setting that I'm like, I can't, like, I hate. I don't think there's like a specific genre, time period or something. I'm like, no, I can't. I don't like things from this period.
There are like certain cliches that are in so many movies that I just, visceral disgust comes over my face. Like every time I see an eviction notice, right?
Right.
They lost their job. Their car broke down, right? It's like, make it stop.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
T-Rex Trucking and More for $20. Thank you. Says, at the end of the day, I do kind of agree with Trump that right now over 100 people are dead, including 25 girls at an overnight camp. Is a little more important than a decade-old case right now, but the way he said it was weird. Like, if what he said was, right now we're dealing with this emergency situation and we're focusing our energies and our efforts on, trying to, help people that are still, their houses got washed away or whatever, or find, unfortunately, the bodies of people or whatever, that's our like primary focus. And, we're going to concentrate on this for like, the week. And then we could talk about Epstein or something. I would be a lot more amenable to a statement like that. But the way that he said it, which is, I think why you're saying it's weird, is like, it was very definitive, like, we're just never going to talk about this ever again. So then it seems more like the disaster seems more like an excuse rather than like a legitimate question of why the focus will be shifted at the moment.
Yeah. I think obviously both situations are very important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is an important case because even though it's decades old case, it's, first of all, I would have no reason to think that this is not still ongoing to some capacity, that someone's still doing something like this, right? If it's true that Epstein was working for governments to blackmail politicians and rich people to do what they want, and he dies or kills himself, right? What? Yeah, of course they're going to get a replacement. What, they're just going to be like, well, I guess that very successful honeypot blackmail campaign is gone and we'll never have that again. Like, no, they're going to have someone else do it.
Maybe that's what they're hiding.
Right.
Holy shit.
Maybe. And also, even if they don't have anyone else doing it, just the people that were involved do need to be, brought to justice for this heinous, insane crime.
What happened to all of his accounts? Because, I mean, there's got to be a wealth of information in there.
You would think. Yeah, you would think. I don't know.
Right.
P Not for $2 says, we do not hate Destiny enough.
Oh, I know.
You're going to continue to feel that way. And Liberty Chance for $2 says, I'd love to come on and talk about Epstein whenever.
Yeah, maybe we'll do it Thursday.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about the crazy. This is just now, obviously, after talking about the insane Epstein stuff, this is this is more just like ridiculous drama, I guess. So let me send you the first tweet. There's a bunch of tweets to bring up here.
Do you want to like give the rundown on? So there's a flood happened in Texas, and
right.
So basically, a huge rainstorm hit in Texas in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
I think the floodwaters came at like 4 a.m. So all these people are at campgrounds and whatever, sleeping in their beds. They're in RVs,
mm-hmm.
and the floodwaters filled up this river. The river swelled the banks and completely washed a bunch of people away in their sleep. A bunch of RVs got tangled up around fucking trees and oak trees and shit. Houses were knocked off the foundation and were floating down the middle of the river. So it's just complete pandemonium. Terrible, terrible, terrible situation.
Right.
Some people escaped, obviously. They're blaming. Some people are trying to blame Doge for cutting the weather service, but there were weather notifications. I saw some interviews with people who actually lived, like people who woke up in the middle of the night, went up to the third story of their house, and the water luckily started receding, so they didn't actually have to clear out. But other houses were not so lucky. The whole house was consumed. One guy I saw an interview with, he was standing on basically his electrical meter outside the house, holding on to the side of the house because the waters got so high. But the notifications went out. They get so many flash flood notifications that they just are like, yeah, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're getting so many and so many of them result in just nothing really, it's not a big deal, right? Your house isn't completely flooded. You're kind of trained to ignore them. So they did get flash flood warnings the day before and as soon as the storm hit. Some even are like, look, run for your lives.
Right.
But people didn't clear out. I think there's 125, 150 people. And a lot, it's like kids that were at summer camp. So this is like grueling, right?
Yes.
The kind of
totally insane.
Yeah, the kind of thing that you'd have empathy for. I saw one video clip that even got me a little misty-eyed because it was a bunch of worried parents showing up at a bus, at a bus turnaround, wanting to know if their kids were going to be on this fucking bus. Can you imagine?
Horrifying.
Horrifying, exactly. You're a parent, you send your kid off to summer camp and you're like, oh my God, they died in the middle of the night in their campground.
Right.
Yeah.
It
so
said
Destiny,
the water rose 26 feet in 45 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's how fast it was. 26 feet, which is obviously going to be higher than most houses. And it happened around 4 a.m. And yeah, because I heard the same thing, that someone was saying that they did get alerts, but a lot of times they've got a lot of alerts, so a lot of people ignore them. Though I also heard that supposedly some people were pointing fingers at the the state government because they were saying that there's supposed to be some kind of like siren like that physically goes off that you can hear.
Oh, really?
And that, yeah. And that those sirens just, they weren't built or they didn't work or there was some issue where the sirens didn't go off. And maybe that could have, alerted some people faster. Cause I mean, this is a problem too. If you're like, I don't know what the flash flood alerts sound like. Cause I mean, I don't think I've ever got a flash flood alert. I don't know if it's like with the, like we do get in Florida, we do get the Amber Alert things and your phone, like
you can turn the volume off on the thing. I just brought up some pictures.
Right. Yeah. Your phone, screams at you.
Oh yeah.
Like if it's on, it's like, so it's impossible to ignore. Now, if you don't have your phone, if it turned off, then obviously you're not going to get an alert or if you have it muted or something. So I don't know.
That's another thing I was wondering. Every time I go camping, I got no fucking cell reception. These people are out in the middle of the wilderness. Are they even getting these alerts?
That's a good point. Yeah. Would people even get the alerts? So
I don't know.
So yeah, no, the whole situation is a horrible, horrible travesty, obviously. So
yeah. So, of course, Destiny only thinks of this through a political lens because he's a total fuckhead, right?
Yes. Yes. And his brain has been broken about everything, I guess.
He's an insufferable douchebag.
Yes.
Who just wants to see people die.
So, there was a person who posted, I've been trying to wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? Then I saw Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick say the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in 45 minutes around 4 a.m. That doesn't even seem natural. So, I mean, now, unfortunately, this person is incorrect because that is natural. That is exactly how flash flooding works. So, to which Destiny quote tweeted this and responded in saying, I heard God killed those kids because they were using @NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. Sad face. So right after these people are experiencing this horrible tragedy, Destiny is making jokes about it on the internet and tying it into some kind of porn ban. Now, you also notice that he tied in NordVPN and he actually added NordVPN in the thing. And if you scroll down here, you see NordVPN replied saying, hello, everyone. This tweet falsely suggested a sponsorship with us. No such relation exists. We are reviewing this misuse of our trademark.
Oh, my God. They're going to go for it.
Yeah, because what happened was after Destiny posted this, not only is it just like despicable from the situation, but a lot of people, I don't know if they were trolls or not, but a lot of people sent messages to NordVPN saying that they were canceling their NordVPN account because how could they sponsor someone who's making this horrible joke in the situation? So I think NordVPN actually probably has a pretty good case against Destiny to sue him for this, which is, how ironic is it going to be that with, Hassan and his Hassan orbiters and all the lawsuits engaged around those people, it turns out Destiny's the first person that's actually going to probably get sued by someone for his opening his big dumb fucking mouth for no
reason. There
reason.
really a promo code Destiny? Is NordVPN one of his sponsors?
It's not.
So it's all just a joke.
It's all just a joke. He made the whole thing up completely. Yeah.
The super, super sad thing about this is Destiny is going to get more fans and more clout because there's a lot of just super sick people in the world that they're gleeful at the idea of Republicans in Texas dying and their kids dying.
Right.
And they just think, oh my God, this is so based. I want to follow this guy. I want to listen to everything he does. He's telling it like it is. These Republicans need to die.
Yeah.
That's a fucking world we live in now.
It's pretty bad. And I did see a video. I'm not going to watch it because it's so despicable. But I did see a video on TikTok of some person claiming that like the you shouldn't feel bad for the girls the adolescent girls that died at that camp because the camp was a racist camp that was only for
no
white
way.
people.
No
Yes.
way.
And as people respond to me like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, no, it's not. Like, what the fuck? This is an insane take to have. So you're right.
Oh, these people are so delusional. Yeah, that person is going to be a Destiny fan for life now. That TikToker, they're going to be like, oh yeah, this is great.
Mm-hmm.
They love
and
it.
then I sent you the next Destiny tweet about the situation. And also I forget the guy's name. You remember that streamer who was watching the
Tecton?
Houthi video with Hassan?
Oh
They were
yeah,
doing the
yeah.
propaganda?
He somehow got in trouble.
He
Is
got in a
he
bunch of
wrapped
trouble.
up in this?
Yeah, because he made some joke. Though it was on a live. He's apologized for it, supposedly, but he was on a live stream when the information came out, and he made some kind of dark joke about how, like, it's not a big deal that the kids died because their future prospects were nil because AI is going to take everyone's jobs or something. So not great, but he got dragged through that. I would say Destiny's is much worse because he was not on a live stream. He's literally writing a tweet and thinking about it and then continuing to double, triple down on the whole situation.
Oh yeah, he's unstoppable. Of course he's going to double, triple down.
Right. So then when Destiny started getting flack for his insane comment about this, he doubled down on it and started attacking Donut Operator, who's another YouTuber. And he said, hey, Donut Operator, where are your tweets blaming Trump or Greg Abbott for the lack of preparation or response for the flooding? You seem like you had so much to say about the California wildfires while blaming Gavin Newsom DI. Would be really pathetic if you were just weaponizing drowned dead children for social media likes. Now, he posted this in response to people criticizing him for his joke, by the way. Okay. So this is like a weird deflection technique. Like, oh, you're criticizing me for making my joke. Well, what about Donut Operator? He's a hypocrite. So, which is like a total whataboutism, by the way. This has nothing to do with anything. And he posted a bunch of tweets of basically Donut Operator responding to Gavin Newsom and other people saying like, you helped, or you're why the wildfires in LA, spread out of control. Right now, to be clear, Donut Operator was not making jokes about people in LA's, dying or having their house burning down. He didn't show a picture of Donut Operator making a joke. He showed pictures of Donut Operator criticizing the state government. And if you wanted to make some argument that he's being a hypocrite because he's going to blame the Democrat local government, he's not going to blame the Republican local government, I think you can make that argument. Now, I would wait, till the fucking bodies have been fished out of the river before that to actually see if there's some sort of comments, because maybe he will come out and make statements about this and how Greg Abbott failed, right? But you don't know that because it's just happened literally this fucking second. But anyway, so Destiny's just trying to use this to completely deflect from the fact that he's getting all his bad takes here. So then you can see underneath that, Tectone said in response to this, brother, Donut Operator's been out there nearly every day for 3 days, helping out everyone who needs it, donating literal thousands of dollars of supplies and hand delivering it to victims and those who are helping searching for lost people. Trying to bait him into an internet beef during all this just is not the play. Okay. So
yeah, all this is just fucking disgusting.
Right. So Destiny's trying to whataboutism deflect from his attack to attack Donut Operator, who's actually out there physically helping people and trying to help people as much as possible. Okay. Saying, why are you not, on Twitter criticizing the local government? Just like it's saying. To which Destiny responded to that, saying, and yet 70 plus people are dead and will never be coming back to life.
Oh, now he cares about the dead people, right? Didn't he just say those people died because of God? Because God was mad at them?
Yeah, because they were subverting.
For trying to get around a porn ban?
Right. Right.
Basically,
So
he said they had it coming.
Yeah. Yeah. So I sent you Donut Operator's post. Now, I don't believe Donut Operator has specifically responded to Destiny, but here's what he was doing. Here's a post of what he was doing on July 5th. He said, long days, boys. There's a little town besides Kerrville called Center Point that was completely destroyed by the flood. They have one volunteer fire department that was caught in the water, carrying away every piece of emergency equipment they have. Dudes barely got their fire trucks out. They managed to clean it out best they could and make it their base of operations for search and rescue. We linked up with them and searched the river banks for bodies all day. Great bunch of amazing men and women. We got them a generator, water, and energy drinks to keep them pumping, but they still need help. Currently talking to the people in charge to figure out what they need exactly, and I'll relay that back in this thread.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
So all the fire and rescue people got flooded out too.
Yeah, because it's some small towns. Yeah, they just have some tiny thing. So you have Donut Operator out there, giving people equipment and food, and also supposedly searching for dead bodies. And Destiny's like attacking him on Twitter, on X. Like, why are you not engaged in Twitter beef with me at the moment? It's just it's so fucking crazy. It's psychotically insane. What a disgusting response to the situation. Why would you? I forget who it was. Someone said, and I think it's completely true. Someone said, I think it was during all the Epstein drama, that Destiny has some weird like psychological fetish where he likes to put himself in a situation that like he says something crazy and everyone's like hates it, and then he gets off on like trying to dig himself out of it, or to try to convince people that it was okay what he did.
Yeah, gaslighting.
To gaslight them, yeah. I think that's 100% what's going on here, because this is like a psychotic response to the situation.
It's duping delight.
Yeah,
it gives him the opportunity to lie to like tens of thousands of people at once.
Right.
It's like duping delight on steroids. The psychopaths love to fool people. They're like, look, let me fool this sucker. Let me fucking lie to this guy and see if I can sucker him into believing my bullshit. Mm-hmm. And Destiny wants to do that on an internet scale, where he's like, look, I convinced hundreds of thousands of people that my lie is the truth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He fucking digs that shit.
I see no other explanation for the behavior than that. This is a very bizarre thing to go about.
Oh God, I fucking hate the Destiny stands too that fall for this shit. They're such dumbasses. They're the perfect you know the meme, it's easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled. They're like the epitome of that, because he's fooled them and you're trying to tell him, look, no, he's basically saying these kids deserve to die. Okay. That's what people are saying. And they'll tie themselves into well, no, actually, that's not what he said. Okay.
Right.
Technically, he's talking about NordVPN.
Or he's just trying to expose the hypocrisy of the right.
Like, yeah, exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's an insane cope. Yeah.
Exactly. So he's got 1 million of these people, and he loves it. He loves it. He's like, oh man, I duped all these people into being my followers.
Yeah. You don't expose hypocrisy by whataboutisming while doing the very thing and getting all your fans to defend you while you do that thing. All that does is further destroy whatever the principle is. Okay. That doesn't expose hypocrisy. That just destroys the principle that you're supposedly trying to protect. So that excuse is always bullshit.
I can't, these people are so disgusting, Sitch. I can't imagine. Bosch has done the exact same thing where he's basically telling all his fans, okay, we got to go out there and counter narrative the shit out of this, right? It's completely bullshit. It's completely untrue, but we need to establish a narrative that these are the facts.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a fuck about truth at all. They just want to play internet games. Psychopathic internet games.
Yeah. So I sent you the next post in the Chronicle here. Okay. So It's a Gundam quote tweeted Destiny's original crazy tweet, and he said, "This is what being obsessed with politics does to you," which is true. Okay. So Destiny responded to this saying, "Don't ever forget, these are the same people who want to tell you, quote, jokes are back, and they're laughing it up over families being destroyed via deportation LGBT being kicked out of the military, and friends being murdered in Ukraine by a genocidal maniac, all because they're too spineless to break with the inhuman machine that is MAGA. Don't ever let these vermin bullying you into civility while they hide behind their veneer of convenient cruelties. Okay. So, first of all, I don't, unless you have evidence that It's a Gundam was making some sort of crazy jokes, laughing at people that were dying or being deported or some other thing, then shut the fuck up, right? Because that's insane. You can't just attack other people like that and accuse them of doing this if you don't actually have them, doing any of that stuff. Number one. Number two, even if they were doing something like that, how does that make any sense? To be like, well, someone on the right is a piece of shit because they're laughing at the tragedy of someone's life being destroyed. So that means that I am now going to laugh at the tragedy of other people's lives being destroyed just because I don't know anything about their personal politics, but just because they live in a red state, I'm going to laugh at children and other people dying. Like, that's an insane fucking take to have.
Yeah, it is. It's repulsive. It's totally repulsive.
Yes. It's crazy. It's so full of shit. And you're right. He will sell this to his fans that, look, I'm doing some sort of 10D chess move to expose the right as being hypocrites, and they will just eat this shit up.
All by dancing on the graves of dead children.
Yes.
All to justify dancing on the graves of dead children.
Yes.
That's the kind of disgusting person this is.
And then someone replied to this tweet saying, look, have your jokes, but how are you comparing kicking people out of the military who aren't fit for the job and deportations to people drowning? Then you try to gaslight people who have an issue with it into thinking they're ones in a cult, which is true completely. To which Destiny responded to that saying, maybe the kids weren't fit for camping near a river if they couldn't swim.
My God.
So he's still
my fucking God
making another joke about it.
They had it coming. That's what it comes down to. He's basically saying they had it coming.
Right.
Oh.
And which, by the way, I mean, it's like if you're in a building and you wake up and you can't, you're half underwater and you can't open the door because of the water pressure on the other side. And if you can't open the windows because of water pressure, because they're not windows you can get through, and the water rises above the roof, then you die. There's like nothing you can do about it at that situation.
Yeah. You can't get out of the room.
Right. It's just crazy.
This is also the Aldous Huxley quote that we always bring up. People, this is him rationalizing being human fucking garbage. Even calling people vermin.
Right.
Dude, all of this can easily be placed on him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. Then I sent you another joke he made about the situation.
Oh no.
Which is totally insane. Where he quote tweeted Donut Operator from 2024.
Oh my God.
Saying fuck you to a FEMA person. I guess not, they were talking about the Helen survivors and stuff. So Donut Operator was not happy with FEMA's response to that situation. To which Destiny quote tweeted that and put a picture of what looks like a child drowning in water with their hands up in the air.
Oh man.
How does that even make sense? Again, you have a bunch of tweets of Donut Operator mad at FEMA and mad at the government in California. I do not see a tweet of Donut Operator making fun of any of those people suffering tragedies. In fact, it's the opposite. He's mad at them because he thinks they failed in protecting citizens, and that's why those citizens die in those tragedies. He's not making fun of the people dying in those tragedies. It's the exact opposite, actually.
I think most of the psychopathic Destiny fans are going to just look at this and see the fuck you and not see the date and just assume Donut Operator has responded to the recent interaction.
Yes.
So they're just thinking Donut Operator told Destiny fuck you, and he's responding to fuck you from like the current interaction, not that he's gone and found a fuck you tweet from like 100 years ago.
Right. Yeah, no, you're completely correct. Or, Destiny's got a bunch of,
Donut Operator didn't respond, right?
No.
Yeah,
I don't believe
that
he's
is the
responding.
proper response. So Destiny's super chapped, super fucking bitter because the person was smart enough not to actually respond to his bullshit. So he's like, I gotta dig up something that looks like he actually responded. Oh, here's a tweet that's just fuck you. Perfect.
Right. Yeah, 100%. And he should never respond to any of this. Just and let Destiny keep cope spiraling and getting more and more triggered and more unhinged because he really desperately wants donut operator to respond, and then he doesn't respond.
I don't. Is this stuff working for Destiny? Like, I'm split on this because maybe he's doing this so desperately because it's not working, and he's losing influence and money and hope spiraling, or maybe it totally is working and that's why he keeps doing it. So,
right.
But
I
don't know the situation enough to know. I don't know. I'm not keeping track of his numbers and all that shit. So,
yeah, no, I don't know because, I mean, you assume people that still that still support him after all the, the recording people and leaking it and giving that, the sexual recordings to the random people in Discord he's trying to bang. If you're still supporting him after that, then this is like a drop in the bucket compared to that, isn't it? Like, oh, we're just making fun of dead kids. Who cares, right?
no, I think it's working. I think it is working. Unfortunately,
It's even worse. Yeah, it's even worse.
I mean,
Maybe.
well, hold on a second here. I don't know what I'm seeing here. Oh, I made the mistake of I'm not logged in over here, so I was looking at Destiny's timeline. And when you are not logged into Twitter, it just shows you like the most popular tweets. So I'm looking at all these tweets. I'm like, wow, all these are fucking huge numbers.
Oh, right.
But it's just a curated thing. So
yeah, I don't know.
I
And
don't
then
spend much time on Destiny's timeline, obviously. So
right. I sent
which
you a
is the
video.
good thing. That's the healthy way to be.
Yeah, 100%. I sent you a video. This will be the last psychotic thing we see about all this, where Destiny is completely coping about Tectone, who's calling Destiny out for acting completely unhinged on the situation.
This is the same thing that happened when Trump was assassinated.
Or attempted.
He's doing it again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Trump wasn't assassinated, just so you guys don't. He actually went on to win the presidency.
Adam is from the alternate timeline where Trump didn't turn his head.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Well, you don't know. Adam is actually a time traveler, and he went back in time, and he like flashed a little light in Trump's eye that made him like turn slightly to the side, and that's what made the bullet miss.
I'm from the TVA.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that real? That's not really time travel though.
I guess
Tiresome when
it's
it's
like
applied.
a multiverse hopping nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 59 seconds of pure fucking unadulterated hell. Are you ready?
Strap in for the cope.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Tiresome when it's applied to you. Like, you understand that you sound like every single soy fuck, like non-binary LGBT person. Like, why do people have to make homophobic jokes all day? And why do people have to joke about blah, blah, blah? And you're like, dude, it's just a joke. Get over it. Dude, why do you care so much? But now when it's about kids that aren't even... You're not even related to these people. What? Like, I don't understand. What were they? Future potential victims for your dad? Or what do you? I don't understand what is the connection here? They are so personally fucking offended. Like, what the fuck? It's so stupid. Holy shit! Grow the fuck up, or maintain a consistent position and don't make those jokes ever. Just say we don't do edgy humor here, guys. Not we do edgy humor for every single fucking group of people except for the ones that I personally get upset about. Like, Christ, you guys will fucking talk about God's judgment and everything, and these motherfuckers were killed at like a fucking Christian camp in Texas, all right? Listen, if God was going to command any kind of natural disaster to happen, seems like it would be right here, all right? Jesus.
It really does. It's
tiresome when
Okay. Fucking ridiculous. He's putting this on the same level as calling someone gay. Like, you're gay, Sitch.
Oh my God. It's
Such
the same
edgy
level.
humor.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, there's two things, which is, yes. Usually when people talk about edgy humor, they're not talking about, at least in the political conversation.
Right.
Obviously, you can go to like 4chan or some other place and people joke about anything. But usually in the broader political conversation, we talk about edgy jokes. People are not like very butthurt that they couldn't immediately joke about children dying. That wasn't part of the conversation generally.
Not at
at least
all.
that I saw.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like people can and also there's like there's a time lag. Everyone understands this. Like you can see 9/11 jokes. People make 9/11 jokes all the time now. Okay, it happened, over 20 years ago. I don't really have a problem with people making 9/11 jokes, anymore. Sometimes I've even said some of the 9/11 jokes are funny. Okay, there's a very big difference between like 20 years, 10 years after an event, someone's making a joke about tragedy, and like the day of all these people dying, you're making jokes about it for no reason. There's a huge difference between those two actions. Okay, that's number one. Number two, and I don't know if there's a word for this. There probably is. There's probably some term for this kind of fallacy. It's a very insidious way to dehumanize and to justify your own shitty behavior, is to say, well, Tectone and Donut Operator are part of a group. Now, if you notice, Destiny doesn't say that they individually made a joke where they were laughing about people in California, dying because they're a bunch of libtards in California and they deserve their house.
They did, and they wouldn't.
Right. Yes.
Of course.
So he doesn't show that and then say, look, they're being hypocrites here. No, he says, well, they're on the right, and there are other people that share that group affiliation on the right who did make that joke. So therefore, it's okay for me to attack these people that didn't make that joke based on their group affiliation.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Which is crazy. Which is totally crazy. It's funny because that's the political version of like racism, of saying, well, I had a bad interaction with a black person, so another black person who's a different person, I get to blame them, that they have group ownership there. It's so fucking stupid. It's so dishonest. It's so wildly, insanely dishonest.
Yeah, equating it to some nobody making some super edgy joke. The difference is obviously someone with some clout and some standing in the community making that joke incentivizes other people to make that joke.
Yes.
Nobody gives a fuck if some nobody makes some edgy joke.
Right. 100%. 100%. And then the third thing is it's funny, it has to come from fucking Ben Shapiro when he brought this up, weeks ago, is if someone does a bad behavior and you're like, I don't like this bad behavior, okay, and then the other side of the political aisle does the same bad behavior, you can call it out and be like, this person is a hypocrite. Okay, they're engaged in the same behavior, or they're criticizing someone for doing the same behavior that they were defending, when it affected them. You can call that out. That's very different than saying, oh, well, because the other political side did some bad behavior, I'm going to go do the same bad behavior too, nanny, nanny, poo, poo. Because if that's the case, you're not actually protecting the principle whatsoever. You're just further weakening the principle and degenerating the entire process. Saying, well, everyone could just do anything. Nothing matters. Everyone's corrupt. Everyone's evil. Everyone's an asshole. So therefore, that justifies my behavior at being a fucking, corrupt asshole.
Yeah. That's really what he wants to do, is just be a corrupt asshole. So
yes.
And for that weird, it does seem like he just wants to dig a big fucking hole for himself and see if he can argue his way out of it. He knows it's massive amount of conflict and it'll draw a lot of eyes and attention. So
yeah,
that's really all he's interested in, is getting a lot of eyes and attention. So
Valman Gopher says it's the two quoque, I don't know how to say that, two quoque fallacy, which is a type of ad hominem argument where someone tries to discredit an argument by pointing out the arguer's own hypocrisy or inconsistency with their claims. It's even worse than that, because it's saying, well, maybe you're not a hypocrite because of anything you did. You're a hypocrite because you have some group affiliation with other people who maybe were hypocritical. So it's like an even more insane version of the fallacy.
In the beginning, though, he's basically saying, if you think it's okay to use the word retard, that's like you're super edgy. This is several levels beyond like calling someone a retard, don't you think?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that I've seen. I mean, I'm sure there were people during the LA fires that were saying, oh, a bunch of liberals in Hollywood deserve to burn. Fuck those people, right? I'm sure there were people saying that, but I didn't see big conservative influencers saying that kind of shit.
Mhm.
They were blaming like donut operator was blaming the establishment for letting the innocent people suffer.
Right. Yeah.
Destiny's happy that the innocent people are suffering.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Despicable. Disgusting.
I expected it this time. I know a lot of people, every time we bring up Destiny, a lot of people in the comments will say, I don't watch Destiny anymore after the Trump thing. Like the Trump thing was like, I'm done. I'm done with Destiny. That's bullshit. Destiny said that the firefighter at the Trump rally basically deserved to die.
Right.
And I mean, that's just abhorrent, right? Some innocent guy gets shot by some maniac and he thinks, well, he deserved it. He went to a Trump rally.
Right.
That's such bullshit. So I think a lot more people will say the same thing about this. They'll be like, oh my God, a bunch of fucking children at camp got washed away in the middle of the night and Destiny's making jokes about it.
Right.
Not only that, bringing God into it. Oh, like being adding the tinge of, oh yeah, I'm an atheist. Let me fucking spit all over you.
Yep.
So unempathetic.
And also, it's like, it's also despicable too when you have someone who, part of the idea of being a good person is being a better person. Is just saying, okay, there's a bunch of people running around and doing a bunch of horrible, shady shit that I think is despicable, and you can call them out for doing that. But I'm not going to engage in that behavior. I'm going to be the better person, right? I'm going to be the someone that you should emulate morally, because I'm not going to engage in that behavior, right? Now,
Yeah, I would
none of
not fucking do any of this shit, obviously.
Right. I thought it was despicable for, people on the right to laugh and make fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband being like, almost killed by some random fucking crazy person. And I thought it was despicable for Destiny or other people on the left to make fun of, the firefighter who got shot and died, and the other people that got shot and died at the Trump rally. Like, you can just be like, yes, these are despicable things, without saying like, oh, let me, wallow in the mud and be a despicable piece of shit, like those people, but just for my team.
I mean, you and I box all the time. We argue about all kinds of shit, but we basically have the same moral intuitions on stuff like this. Like, if I did something like this, you would probably literally think about ending the show. Like, you'd be like, I don't want to deal with this person anymore. And I would,
I'd be like, what the fuck? I thought I knew.
I know. Look, I would be in the same boat. If you were doing shit like this, if I found out like, oh yeah, Sitch is fucking Sitch is saying these kids deserved it.
Right.
I would be like, what the fuck? Like, that's so damaging to just to my brand, just being close to that. So,
right.
But, yeah, it's just, it's so fucking weird that people will do this. They'll completely engage in this behavior for financial gain. I mean, that's what's going on here, right?
Right.
He's doing it because it's going to make him a bunch of money from a bunch of people who are just fucking horrible people. Horrible fucking people.
Well, that's why I hope NordVPN sues him and successfully, makes, his life shitty. That, because if that's the only thing he's going to respond to, is fine. If he's doing this for money, he's only going to respond to this, or his weird fetish is, getting slammed by NordVPN.
Look, and it makes it even more disgusting that he's coming out here and standing on his anti-racist high horse and being like, I'm the fucking moral person here because I'm not a racist. All these people are racist. You're saying fucking children are racist. You're saying children deserve to die because they're racist.
Because they live in Texas.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's another thing too. Yeah. If Destiny's coming out here being like, oh, I understand, morality. You should listen to me for all these moral takes about politics. It's like Destiny seems like he's one of the most immoral fucking people on the planet.
Yeah, look, and so many of these people see themselves as the moral, virtuous ones because they think they're anti-racist and they think they've bought into the stereotype that all Republicans are just racist pieces of shit that deserve to die. Look, it's so ironic that when we live stream with him, I called him out on the stereotype, and he's totally fucking using the stereotype all the time. That's just, that stereotype makes him money. That all Republicans are greedy racists.
Potentially criminal for $10. Hey, Sean says, quote, see, I can be as big a piece of shit as the people think I can be as big a piece of shit as the people I think are pieces of shit. Destiny.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, great play there, Destiny. Great play.
I'm just trying to illustrate how bad these people are.
By being as bad as them. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Let me read this.
We're gonna need a shower after this live stream. This is like
right. Noel screaming to the void for $2 says Elon is a hypocrite and hasn't released names regarding Doge. That is true. That is true. The Mongolian leprechaun man from Saturn for $5 says, Sitch and Adam, I promise if I come on your show, I will behave and not start anything. It won't be until I get a good gaming PC. Okay.
Oh, cool.
That's
to talk about the
spicy
media
movie
takes, right?
yes.
Yeah.
He also said
I just
for
remember
$5.
that one guy that came on that was like, I don't know if he still watches the show, but he wanted to drift into the age play thing, remember? And it was like super cringy.
I vaguely remember. I don't remember who that was, but I vaguely remember that coming up. Yeah.
Right.
Mongolian leprechaun Surferman from Saturn for another $5 says, also, Sitch and Adam, I absolutely hate cuties and Mr. Girl. Fuck the pedos.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Look at that. You've secured
Glad
your
we're on the
spot.
same page.
Yes.
There you go. Adam Gadbaugh for 35 months says, it's a big club and you ain't in it. George Carlin. Very true.
Oh, yeah. That's the Epstein client list, right?
Right.
Thank God I'm not in it.
Renoro Zoro was here for $5, says, just listen to your last stream. Chomsky's line, quote, dedicated to destroying the process of organized human existence, which he was regarding to the Republicans and climate change. Renoro says, couldn't that apply to the pro-abortion argument? Yeah, I thought the same thing too, was that you could also have someone who was very pro-life make the exact same comments about people doing abortions. Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Red 473 for $10 says, outrage aside, it's not even a very good joke, very ham-fisted. Also, Destiny's almost 40 and trying to be edgy, super cool. That is a good point.
I always consider that. Obviously, I'm much older than most of the kids on YouTube, so like I can't imagine spending my Saturday on Twitter trying to fucking bait people into getting on a live stream with me.
Well, it's like, it's so weird. It's crazy. It's like, okay, so because Destiny's mad about his own child, because his own child became a groper, now he's like, was he mad at all children now?
I started
it's
wondering.
Okay for all children to die? Like, what the fuck's going on here?
I started wondering if that groper thing was like a setup, like he's working with his kid or something, just to launch some storyline.
Oh, like there'll be some redemption arc down the road?
Yeah, it wouldn't fucking surprise me if he put his kid up to doing something like that.
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely possible. Something possible. Instant Sacks for $5 says, Coffeezilla just uploaded another video about the Epstein stuff 40 minutes ago at the time of writing. Oh my God. Another one.
We'll definitely have to check it out.
I'll have to check it out, yeah. JWC7215 for $5 says, I'm a swift water rescuer in Texas. Sirens would have helped some, but this happened so fast that evacuating campsites at capacity would be impossible.
Can you imagine waking up at like 3 a.m. and you're like, wow, it's raining pretty fucking hard. I mean, I've slept through plenty of hard raining nights and thinking, wow, it's just a crazy storm, but never thinking, I wonder if water is going to come in the house, right? You just got to be blindsided.
Yes.
You're in your fucking underwear, your jammies, whatever. You're half
asleep.
All your stuff is there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck do I do? A lot of the people who got out in their fucking skivvies.
Right.
They're rescuing them in helicopters and stuff. That's just a nightmare scenario.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
So crazy.
And also, I mean, yeah, good luck to you, JWC, if you're a swiftwater rescuer at the moment, too. It's
Yeah.
gotta be intense. Joshua Hawley for $20. Thank you. Says, do you think it's possible for you to convince EFAP to do an Ethan Klein hero arc to cover all the legal issues for Twitch streamers? By the way, S-Class. I could try. I don't know if I would be successful at convincing them. I don't, and to be clear too, I support Ethan going after all these people and all this stuff. I think it's a little too early to say this is the hero arc. So, I mean, I don't know if Ethan Klein, and maybe he hasn't. I just haven't been following because I don't follow him super closely. Like if he comes out and he says like, "Oh, I was wrong about Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson was correct. About everything he said with the left coming after me and all this stuff, and I need to get back to being more moderate in my views." If he acknowledges all that, then I'll say, boom, Ethan Klein hero arc. But I'm not sure he's there yet.
Look at this. Sitch has amazing loyalty. He's not going to throw Jordan Peterson under the bus.
Well, no, it's not even really about Jordan Peterson. It's more of just because I don't like a lot of Jordan Peterson's takes now. It's more just Jordan Peterson correctly called the situation out to a T when
he did. Yeah.
When, Ethan Klein was very friendly with Jordan Peterson. He did good interviews with Jordan Peterson. And then after, when Ethan Klein went far left, he was all like, fuck Jordan Peterson. He's a transphobe. He's a bigot. He sucks, blah, 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 blah. And he took down his previous interviews with Jordan Peterson, which were good interviews. And Jordan Peterson put out this tweet, I guess it was still Twitter at the time, saying, you're going to be in the same boat one of these days where you're going to keep getting asked to get further and further left. And you're going to reach a point where you can't get to that position that people want you, and they're going to eat you alive.
Yep. He nailed it. He did nail it
completely. Yeah. So
I still think this is definitely a hero arc that Ethan is on. So
I hope so. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying I would like to see a little bit more. I'm still going to cheer him on because I'm glad that he's going after, this Hassan orbiters. They definitely deserve it. But before I say 100% hold them up as like hero arc, I want to see a little bit more.
This is so true. This is what good storytelling really is. It's conflict that tests us as human beings. And it holds true both to Jordan Peterson's story and to Ethan Klein's story, right?
Right.
The internet is coming after him, and what happens? They go after his kids. His fucking kids, right? The ultimate conflict. What do? Do you shrink away from that conflict, or do you fucking fight, right?
You fight.
He fought. Yeah, he fought. And that's why it's a fucking hero arc. Same with Jordan Peterson. They came after Jordan Peterson. They came after his career, his family. He stood to lose everything, right? What do? Do you shrink from that? Do you say, oh, look, I just got to pay the mortgage, right? I got to fucking knuckle under and I just got to keep my head down, right? Or do you fight? Do you fight for what's right? Jordan Peterson fucking fights. Yes, exactly. That's what a hero is. A hero fucking fights. If the conflict comes in the story and the hero puts her head down and shrinks away, you're like, why am I watching this fucking movie? This fucking loser, right?
Right.
You're embarrassed for him. Yeah. So I just obviously, yes, what Ethan's doing is fighting and winning, and it's beautiful. All of these villains that he's pointing out are the most despicable fucking people, taking advantage of people, being huge pieces of shit. I don't believe any one of them gives two turtle shits for the fucking kids in Gaza. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not remotely. They're just using it. They're using it as an excuse to be big fucking pieces of shit to people, and to cause conflict in people's lives so that they can get super chats and memberships and whatever they get on Twitch, right?
Right.
Yeah. No, there's no greater story than bad people getting their fucking comeuppance.
The Mongolian Leprechaun Surfman from Saturn for another $10. Thank you. And number 2, Crown in the chat. Says Destiny has fallen from grace so far that at this point I wouldn't be surprised if eventually in the future everyone will despise him similar to Christian. I can't stand what Destiny has become. Yeah, I think the problem is as long as his shittiness was two things. As long as his shittiness is directed primarily at one political tribe, and he's effective at crafting
Yes.
arguments that attacks that side, which he is very effective at, then he will always maintain support because people will always see him as useful in their minds. So
Yeah, it's like a defense attorney or a prosecutor. It's like if he's effective, if he's politically effective against people's political enemies, I mean, that's basically what they're paying him to do. So,
and it's actually, what Destiny's doing is so, in his behavior is so extra bad because, there was a time period where you were like, maybe he could be the big left-wing streamer who's not a socialist because he was very critical of Hassan and very critical of like the woke crowd and the social stuff. And, we needed to have like a left that was more moderate. And you were like, oh, well, maybe Destiny is like shaping himself to fill that role. And then he just, obviously goes fucking batshit crazy and doesn't fill that role whatsoever. So,
yeah, I mean, he doesn't have really the kind of personal life that would be appropriate for that kind of role. I guess, look, Bill Maher is kind of like sliding into that role, and his personal life is not at all appropriate for anything either. But
yeah, but there's
Bill Maher's not going out there insulting like dying children.
Yes,
so.
of course, right.
Yeah.
I mean, and just because Bill Maher, there's a difference between like, oh, well, you just fuck a bunch of women versus, you record that information and then the sex and then you send it to strangers.
Oh yeah.
That's a completely new level of like degeneracy.
Right, but he's not really a family man or anything like that. I guess the left doesn't necessarily need to have. This is why Obama was so good for the left, because he was like squeaky clean, fucking
right,
smart. Yeah.
Madara, thank you so much for the 250 Ps. I think those are Filipinos. Is that what it is? It says Destiny and progressives alike always make these false equivalences. They criticize you for being a snowflake over the death of innocence when you've made a joke about pronouns in the past. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's completely an insane comparison to make.
Yeah, it's not remotely equivalent. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit, patently bullshit. But all the sycophants on that side are going to believe it. They're going to be like, oh yeah, of course. That's totally equal.
Short Sad Goblin for $2 says, I'm glad Destiny's Son is a groiper. He earned it. Yeah, if it's not, I feel bad for Destiny's Son. I do feel bad for Destiny's Son that, obviously, his father is an embarrassing lol cow. I'm sure he gets made fun of it. And also the fact that if it's not some kind of weird op or some sort of narrative arc or something, if his son really is becoming a white nationalist or a Holocaust denier just to spite his dad, I mean, that is tragic. I think that's very sad. It's terrible.
Yeah. It's Elon Musk's kid was streaming with Hassan.
They're the one that transitions. Yeah.
Yeah. Which that was a big influence over Elon.
Right.
Becoming completely anti-woke. So
exactly. Yeah, Kumbimadra for another 125 Ps says Destiny's Son probably watches his dad and decides he wants to be the first thing from him. That's likely how he ended up becoming a groiper. I mean, exactly. That's exactly how it seems. Crack Rock Steady.
If you think your dad is a piece of shit, and there's plenty of reasons, obviously, a son might think Destiny as your dad would be a piece. I wouldn't want Destiny as a father, Sitch. I'm assuming you wouldn't want Destiny as a father either.
Of course not.
I'd be mortified.
Of course not.
But you could think, what crowd can I ingratiate myself with that also thinks my dad's a piece of shit, right?
Right.
Obviously, it's the groipers, right?
Right.
They probably fucking, oh my God. They probably give him everything he needs about how Destiny's a piece of shit.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. So sad.
Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain. Thanks so much for being discipline equals freedom for 39 months. Look at that.
Look at
39
that.
months.
Almost 2 years.
That's more than 2 years. What do you mean almost
Oh, it
3
is?
years?
Oh, you're right.
Actually,
There's
no,
only
it's more than
12
3 years. What am I saying? Look, we're both wrong. Almost, not almost 4 years. Over 3 years. Okay.
Holy shit.
Over 3 years. Look at that. How
That's
time
embarrassing.
flies. I know.
2 years is 24 months, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Math.
And 3 years would be 36.
There we go.
Says Destiny's comment was in such poor taste on his reply to someone on the very same thread. He was still unempathetic. Just like the firefighter, it's edgy for the sake of engagement. It's pretty bad. Yeah, that's how it seems.
I could not participate in that behavior. Sitch couldn't participate in that behavior. I would just be. I have this thing called a conscience. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I get a little out of hand. I just think on Twitter and the comments, and I feel bad about it later. I'm like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have called that guy a shithead or asshat or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is like so far beyond that. This is a level of being a piece of shit that I would not even dream of engaging in.
Right.
How do people do that, Sitch?
It's not good.
They got to have a level of just egomaniacalness that they. I mean, I just can't imagine the kind of person that does that.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, anyway. Brian for $5 says, did I miss something? How do we know Destiny's son is a groiper? So there were chat logs and an interview that came out. I didn't watch the whole thing. You can check it out. I think I don't remember who did it. If you type in like Destiny's son interview on YouTube, it'll show up. I think he said in the interview, if I recall correctly, I think he said he doesn't self-identify with groypers, but he agrees with a lot of things they say. And in that conversation, he was, denying or questioning the Holocaust and saying that he thought Hitler was like a good leader, a bunch of other like crazy, Nazi revisionist talking points and stuff. So I don't know if he's gone full white nationalist yet, but he's definitely very deep in the whole Holocaust revisionist camp, which is very strange. Look, Adam friended for 36 months. Look at that.
Well, mine was a response to JMax.
Oh, okay. So JMac, our Circuit 5, thanks so much, Daddy JMac, for 39 months. Look at that. Been outside the simulation for 39 months from the beginning. Says, I always forget to send these with a heart. Thank you, Jay.
Right. And then I did the hashtag me too.
And then Adam did a hashtag me too.
It's interesting that he's got 3 months on me. So JMac and also, let's back up here. Crack Rock Steady. They both signed up like probably immediately when we first did, but I got like a 3-month grace period because for some reason, since I'm a manager on the channel, it would let me do the emojis and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But 3 months in, it cut me off and it wouldn't let me do the cool emojis and stuff. So I'm like, fuck, I got to sign up as a member.
Right.
Which I probably should have done from the beginning anyway. So,
mm-hmm.
Yes. Just think how, I mean, it's too perfect, right? Destiny's son becomes a groiper, but Destiny does the perfect fatherly thing and talks him out of his evil racist ways and brings him back into the fold as a good liberal, a good left-wing liberal.
Well,
saves
if
his son, is father of the year.
right, if this happens in the next few months, then I'll say you 100% called it. If there's some like conversation where Destiny sets his son straight, on the Holocaust and stuff,
I mean, that would do some pretty big internet numbers, don't you think?
it would. It would.
That would be
yeah.
a big live stream. Everyone would be talking about it. Oh my
Right.
God.
Mm-hmm.
Destiny saved his son. He's father of the year. Wouldn't father of the year go a long way towards getting these sex pest allegations revoked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
They would.
We'll see. I guess we'll find out. Time will tell. The Justice 35 for $10 says, yes, Destiny makes edgy jokes, and the same people who condemn him also say Sandy Hook was fake. Pelosi was attacked by his gay lover and are cheering when immigrants get harassed, such crybabies.
Oh my God. Look at this. The Justice 35 coming in.
There you go. I feel like I addressed all these talking points. Yeah.
I think we're the
Didn't we address-
crybabies in that super chat. But thank you for the $10.
Thank
definitely.
you. Well, I mean, we don't do any of those things, so that wouldn't even make sense to apply that to us. So.
Yes. We condemned Alex Jones for his Sandy Hook fuck-aroundery.
Mm-hmm.
We condemned people that were talking about the Pelosi thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
With his gay lover. Cheerleading when immigrants get harassed. Oh, Sitch is quite the opposite.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
But that's the common tactic of saying, like, well,
we're in that group, right?
There are people that are in a group that share that opinion, so therefore it's okay for me to be shitty too. So.
I wouldn't say we're even in that group, to be honest with you.
No, we're not in that group, but not even remotely. So, and again, as I said, just to repeat myself, it's you can call out people for being hypocrites without engaging in the shitty behavior. And that's where it does feel like massive cope when you're like, well, it's okay. Because again, there's a difference saying, oh, well, this person's a hypocrite. Okay, well then if you say someone's being a hypocrite, you understand that both sides of the people are bad. That'd mean that Destiny is bad for doing that action. And it would also mean that Alex Jones or the people, talking about Pelosi, the immigrants, are also bad. It's not a defense of Destiny. When you make it a defense of Destiny, which is what it seems like you're doing, that's when you enter like the bullshit zone. As opposed to saying, no, Destiny's wrong and shitty, but so are the other people that do it. They're all shitty. That's a fair opinion. That's a fine opinion.
Are the people crying about Sandy Hook, are they such crybabies too? Are they crybabies, big crybabies?
Yes, the parents whose children died in Sandy Hook are crybabies because they were complaining about Alex Jones.
I mean, according to that super chat, it seems like you are calling them crybabies.
Right. Michael, for 33 months, thanks so much, says, Adam has
look at
3
this.
months on me. Love your work. Fellas, keep it up. Thank you. Thank you.
Still, you got in the first 6 months, so.
Right.
Thank you so much. We do have a good community here, so.
Yeah.
Even when the chat comes at us, I still love it. It'd be boring if everyone just agreed about everything.
Wonton Tiger, thanks so much for 22 months. Says, oh God, is his son an SKB2? I don't know what that means.
What is SKB? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't get that reference, but thank you. We Tosk for £5 says, I agree with you a lot, and I 100% agree Destiny's comments was vile, but he is on the money about MAGA being consistently vile and then pearl clutching. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think that definitely happens with a lot of people. I mean, I don't think you say about everyone who's in MAGA, but there are definitely a lot of people in MAGA who are very hypocritical and disgustingly shitty too. Yes.
I see the MAGA people posting stuff that is, I consider vile. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Stuff about, just horrible shit and saying, look, that's what I voted for.
I think it is. I think you'd be in favor of people who are here legally getting deported without being like, acting like you're getting sexually aroused and erected at seeing people get deported is very bizarre to me. So you're like, ha 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 ha, look at these people crying and so sad. It's weird. It's a very weird thing.
I mean, if they're burning cars and waving Mexican flags, I'm going to get gleeful about deporting them, though. So
Obviously, but that's
Yeah.
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
no,
about.
I know.
Yeah,
So
you see some random person, getting pulled out of a Home Depot or picking crops or a home or something,
yeah,
walking down the street, and just people assume the worst about that person.
some guy
So-
with his taco cart.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
fucking feel horrible for those people. So
AKA Batosai for 39 months says it is a trait of the progressive attacks on the right wing. They specialize in offense only in throwing stones, not in playing defense for their side. That's an interesting idea.
another 39 months. Look at that. AKA
Thank you.
Batosai. Also
Thank you.
uploading on Spotify now to many people's joy.
Yes, thank you. Justice 35 for another $5 says, I'm tired of the political BS where we have to condemn edgy jokes to virtue signal. I'm not accusing you guys at all. Well, okay. Well, there you go. Thank
Okay, yeah. Well, I like edgy jokes, but I just too soon, right? That's why too
Right.
soon is a meme. Too soon. And I mean, if Destiny came out and said, "Yeah, I made an edgy joke," that would be a better defense than coming out and trying to like vicious savage everybody
Whataboutism.
else. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Meme spread for $5 says, I stopped being a Trump supporter after January 6th, but what he has pulled with the Epstein files has finally gotten me to hate Trump.
Mhm.
Wow. Well, look at that. There you go. I am curious to see what the
Wow, that's
the
pretty strong.
term, if there will be long-term fallout from this is. So
Zero Fucks DM'd me a clip of Rob Noor just fucking ripping into Trump
well, good for Rob.
over
Good for
the,
Rob. Look at that.
over the Epstein shit. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. Rob has been pretty consistently anti-government and trusting government institutions. So that good for
Yeah.
him being consistent on that.
Yes, he was responding. I had said on our last live stream that I thought Rob Noor would defend anything Trump did. And Zero Fucks was like, "No, you're wrong about that." Here's a
Well,
clip.
there you go. We
And
were
I was
wrong
like,
about
yeah,
that.
look,
Completely,
yeah.
yeah. There you go.
Looks like he's not going to defend
No.
anything Trump does. So,
Yeah. Good for
yeah,
Rob.
good for him. Totally. All right.
The Justice 35 for another $5 says, like he said, I had to listen to conservatives cry about free speech and edgy jokes for 6+ years, and then jokes get made about them, and it's World War III on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, again, as I said, if people are hypocrites, you can call them out. It's totally fine. I'm 100% on board with that. Call out those people for being disgusting hypocrites, but don't engage in the behavior. So,
Well, and
just
I'm trying to think of a situation where it is pearl clutchy. I think of pearl clutchy as when it's not like a big deal. It's like, well, what are we doing here? Like,
yeah, and I want to be, there's something to think about too here, which is that now, again, 100%, I don't think those edgy jokes should be illegal or should be criminally penalized for anything like that whatsoever. But I will 100% maintain that joking about people saying it's okay for them to die right after they died based on their political affiliation or a perceived political affiliation because of what state they live in, those jokes should be culturally taboo. And the reason for that is if as a culture, an American, broadly in America, if we all start accepting that, it's okay to make edgy jokes about people we perceive as our political opponents dying, that's going to have downstream political effects where it's going to create the slippery slope where we all start advocating for political violence. Once you start saying it's just, you see it in people's minds, the acceptability to laugh at someone dying because you perceive them, not even because they are, because you literally just perceive them as being part of the other political team because of the state they live in. That's very easily going to translate into people advocating for political violence. So I do think the cultural taboo about that should be maintained.
what if they're a super rabid gun guy and they accidentally shoot themselves? What about that?
Well, again, if you're talking about something ironic, right? This is a very different situation.
No,
Like people are not like saying ha ha ha. You're like Republican. Like wow, that's so ironic that the gun guy shoots himself, right?
No, I'm just obviously I'm joking around, but
if Hassan like pulled out a real gun to threaten someone with and accidentally shoots himself in the leg, you're like, oh, that's pretty funny, right? Like that seems like a karma, like an instant karma situation. Not like, oh well, children died in a red state or a blue state, so I should be happy about it or joke about it because it's in a red state or blue state.
Right. No, I agree. There should be some sort of taboo about that. That taboo is completely eroded though. Like as soon as some politician dies, or like immediately the knives are out.
Like you wouldn't see Destiny making Edgy if some blue state, some very liberal state of California or Washington state or something had some tragedy and a bunch of kids died. Is Destiny going to be making cracking jokes about it on X immediately after? I don't think so.
Of course not.
Yeah. CS Paffy for $5 says, would you rather the Epstein files never be released or the graphic underage material made public along with the complete file? That's a terrible choice. Jesus
Why do you do this?
Yeah. Fortunately, I don't think we
have to be the choice.
We don't have to make that crazy would you rather choice. They could very easily censor the material and still, drop the other information. So.
Yeah. I couldn't make that decision. I mean, I think the people in the material would have to make that decision.
Mm-hmm. Justice 35 for $5 says, I don't agree with his jokes, but hell yeah, he should absolutely tell them. Too soon only applies to jokes you don't like. Why would he? I guess responded to why I don't agree with that. But. Alex Wright for $5 says, Rob Noor said he'd vote for the American Party because of Trump's Epstein list cover-up. Is this the third party Adam's looking for?
Well, the reason I am receptive to the third party argument more so than Sitch is because I think there's a lot of truth to generations theory. And all of the parties that were developed during the fourth turning of the speculum. And so since we're at the climax of the speculum. Perfect. This would be the time for a third party to evolve. So I think it could actually happen. Things are getting pretty fucking crazy.
You would not support Elon Musk's American Party because one of the big issues is going to be about reducing the debt to zero.
Yeah, that would make it. That's a deal breaker for me. So,
no.
But as an interested person in history and politics, I do think this is a time when a third party could come into play. Obviously, I brought up earlier that the Republican Party was a new party that came into play during the Civil War, right? This is the birth of a new party with Lincoln. And so, I mean, if Elon Musk developed a new party and it became a real thing and displaced the Democratic Party, it seems obvious that if a new party came into play and displaced another party, it would be the Democratic Party, right, Sitch?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
If a new party came, it would be the Democrat. It would be displacing the Democratic Party.
Yeah, because
actually, I don't.
There was
agree.
the Whig. There was the Whig Party, right, and the Democratic Party, and the Republican Party displaced the Whig Party. That's how it worked during the Civil War.
Well, the Democrat Party's been around a lot longer than the Republican Party, but
yeah. What would be the play here?
Here's why I would disagree.
If a new party came in and displaced one of the parties,
I think it would be more likely that the Republican Party would change to maybe get consumed or become another party, because right now the Republican Party's identity is completely up in the air and questionable and is just being held together by Trump. And so that's like when Trump is gone and out of office, what is the Republican identity going to be? Is it going to be socially, religiously conservative? Is it going to be economically libertarian? Is it going to be big business? Is it going to be isolationist? Is it going to be hawkish? The problem is that the Republican Party today, the Trump MAGA party, is this weird coalition of people that seem like they have very opposing views from each other.
Yeah,
And so I
Elon
think it's
should
more
call it the
likely-
MAGA party, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Why
So
doesn't
I-
he just go for a play? He's like, look, I like MAGA. I want to make America great again.
Was he-
And a
is he
lot of the
calling it-
a lot of the fallout over the big beautiful bill is from MAGA, right?
Right. Yeah, he's calling it the America Party, so I guess it's kind of close.
It's close. I know.
Right.
One
So-
step away, right?
So I think if any party gets like taken over or becomes a new party, I think it's more likely to be the Republican Party, just because, like the Democrat Party, there's still sort of a question of like, are they going to go, more woke or less woke? But to me, that seems less, I don't know what the word would be, like less severe than like you just have a bunch of people in the party that completely disagree with each other, and they completely disagree with where the party has been for the last 40 years. So.
It would make sense too, in that the Whig was the conservative party and it was replaced by the Republicans, which is a conservative party, right?
Well, the problem I think is that back in the day, there was conservatives and liberals in both the Democrat and the Republican Party.
Right.
I think that's part of the reason that we have the political instability we have, is that for many reasons, a lot of them having to do with racism, the parties kind of seem to, over the last 30 years or so, kind of separated so that there's a party that's just a liberal party and a party that's a Democrat. A conservative party, where before I think there was a mix between the two. So.
Right. It's hard for me to imagine. It just seems like the Democratic Party is in shambles right now. It's
Oh, they
hard
are.
for me to imagine
They
that the
are.
Democratic, in a situation where a party was going to be displaced, it's hard for me to
Right.
imagine it's going to be the Republican Party, and the Democratic Party, which seems like it's on life support, is going to be viable.
I don't know, because remember when Obama won the first time, everyone was saying the Republican Party's doomed. They're on life support. There's nowhere they can go. And then you had Trump win, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's weird how these things would turn. Like ideally, I think it'd be fantastic if both the Democrat and Republican Party like melted away and we got two sane, left wing and a right wing moderate party. I would love for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it is going to happen.
It'll be
And to
interesting
be clear,
see.
even though I think it'd be more likely that like the Republican Party would dissolve, I think it's still very unlikely. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Elon's America Party is going to really be effective at doing much of anything. But we'll find out, I guess.
People are hungry for a new party. They definitely are.
People are hungry for change.
Yeah,
That is
they keep
true,
voting
yes.
for it.
People are
And they
definitely
keep getting
hungry for
fucked
change.
on the Epstein list.
They do.
Yeah. So they're probably going to keep voting for change.
Saul for Joy says, I can see people defending it is just a joke, and if you're butthurt, you're a snowflake who can't take edgy humor. I love dark humor, but you have to be funny first. Talking about porn and kids in the same sentence, barf. And Fondue for $6 says, this is Destiny's playbook. I remember him making fun of Islam specifically to troll for engagement.
Yeah, he does it for engagement.
Right.
I don't think us covering it, I think it's actually peeling audience members away from him, though, because we have some overlap with him, definitely.
Right. Sulla for $2 says, if Trump was involved and had sex with teenage girls, and incontrovertible proof came out that along with that, all the other people suspected, I believe our cold civil war would evaporate overnight. I mean, there would be massive instability, but I feel like most Americans, the people would all be united against, these people. So you'd have a real populist uprising. Fondue for $2 says, silver lining. Here we will see Destiny squirming and shaking on the next Piers Morgan. That is a fantastic point.
You
I didn't
think
even about that.
Piers Morgan is going to bring it up, right?
Piers Morgan will 100% reach out to Destiny to have him on to give him a spanking on all this stuff.
But that's probably why he does it. So he gets
Yes.
another invite to Piers Morgan.
You are correct. You are actually completely correct. That is probably the thought process. Yes. So, and unfortunately, I think there'll be a lot of dirtbag, political, insane internet retards that will see what he says and say, yes, that's a base take. I'm going to support this guy. Saul for $2 says, to be fair, Destiny has said the anti-racist atheist nowadays is cringe. Yes.
Okay. But look, he always falls back to that position.
Right.
That's what he was saying in those tweets.
True.
Can't call him cringe 1 minute and then be cringe the next.
That is true. Like, if it's kind of like why people, if like there's some person that's just like a cringy person, they don't seem particularly political and they just make edgy jokes in all directions, people be like, oh, that's gross. And then they would kind of move on with their life, right? Okay. It's when it's like very like, oh, well, this person only makes their quote edgy jokes in one direction for their political views that you're like, oh, this person's full of shit.
Yeah.
Because that completely changes the whole context of the joke and the situation.
And then they pearl clutch whenever it's someone on their team.
Right.
They pearl clutch over Nancy Pelosi.
Right. Soldoge for $2 says, I don't condone Destiny, but watching Sitch and Adam demand sanctity in modern day politics is like watching Ned Stark demand Joffrey abdicate the throne. The case has been dead for a long time now. So I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't mean like there's two ways that you can either look and think about this. You can say, I believe that I'm an independent actor in the world, and there's some version of morality that I believe I should uphold and should participate in. Or I'm just going to give up and say, well, the world is shit, and therefore that justifies me being shit. And that, unfortunately, I think is most people's attitude. Most people's attitude is the world, and that's what the honest truth is. The reason the world is shit is because people have that attitude. Everyone justifies their own shitty behavior by saying, well, the world sucks, or life is unfair, or other people are shitty. So that justifies, you acting shitty. That is why the world sucks. That is why the world sucks. And I say, fuck that noise. You always have to say, I got to do what's right. I have to be the better moral person. That's the way you have to live your life. Or at least try to.
Yeah. You got to do something, right?
Yes.
You got to be a role model yourself.
Or just be fucking try to be a good person. Electro for $20, thank you, says, so I was rewatching episode 123 and the one about Vosh versus Destiny, and I find it completely funny that Destiny is now more aligned with Vosh in that debate than old Destiny. That's interesting.
That is crazy, huh?
And sad.
Look at that.
J.slash for $5 Canadian, thank you, says, are you going to cover Lance's debate with Jesse Single on Blocked and Reported? Spoiler, he embarrasses himself again.
Yes. That sounds
Slash.
Amazing.
Why would you ask the question that is obviously going to be yes? Of course we're going to cover it. Oh my God. I saw that clip on X and I got so excited. I said, holy shit. You're telling me Lance, one of the dumbest people on the fucking internet, is
He's
debating
talking to one
Jesse
of the
Single
smartest people on the internet
about trans issues? And it's in the clip that Lance,
I didn't even know this exists. I didn't even see the clip. This is like manna from heaven.
It is like manna from heaven because the clip that Lance himself posted a clip.
No.
Okay. Where he thinks
cell phones.
Yes, someone sent it to me and they're like, I can't believe Lance thinks that this makes him look good. And it's like, that person nailed it. Lance looks so fucking stupid in this clip. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about. And the fact that he posted it thinking he makes himself look good is so evident that he's such a retard.
Wow.
So 100% we'll watch that. I don't know if it's out exactly yet on YouTube, but we will 100% watch it. And if it's long enough, we will do a full covering of it on Sunday. So.
Oh, that would be killer.
Yes.
Lance. We just brought him up the other day and now he's back at it.
Yes. We're like, where's Lance See, this is how you know that me and Adam control reality.
Yeah, the simulation.
Okay? We control the simulation. Because we were just like,
in our fingertips.
literally like on Sunday, were like, we haven't heard about Lance in a long time. What has Lance been doing? We haven't heard about him in forever. And then boom, pops up. Oh, he has his fucking debate with Jesse Singal. Perfect time.
The simulation is like, did someone say Lance?
Yes.
It's time to get to work. Let's make up a Lance storyline.
Yes. Okay. We created it. That's what I'm saying. What WTF 1A1A for Twitter says, any news for a Kirsch collab? No.
Who's Kirsch?
Some VTuber.
Oh.
JMac, our Sega Far, thanks so much, Daddy JMac, and the #1 crown in the chat for $20. Says there's a spectrum of acceptability when it comes to dark humor. Being online and tribal entrenchment has blurred the lines, which is why it's important for people to call it out regardless of political teammates. True. Very, very, very true.
Yes.
Okay. Anyways.
Is that good?
Thank you guys
for
for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. And we'll see you guys on Thursday.
Well, bye, everyone. Have a great day.
Destiny sucks.